Hello guys, I didn't realize that my StreamYard did not update the time, which is kind of annoying. So how was your day, Shane? Hi, Shorty. Tried to get into your live earlier, but we didn't get home till like 7 o'clock tonight from helping my daughter. I had to go pick up a U-Haul for her mother-in-law, and then I had to take it over there and back it in her mom's tiny driveway. But I couldn't imagine my daughter trying to back in a 20-foot U-Haul. That is kind of scary to me. On a good note, her driving did get better. So that's a big plus. Hi, BC family. How's it going? Thanks, Shorty, for doing that. What's up?
Hey, how are you, Tasha?
Oh, you know, trying to stay dry because it's pouring here.
Yeah, it is here too. We got lots of water coming down. So how are things? How are things since earlier?
It's good. I went and okay, BC. Went and got the gas tank strips. Hi, Jesse. So then this weekend, or Friday probably, hi Polar Bear, can go over to his house and get the old ones taken out and get the new ones put in.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be way more for them because everywhere I looked, it was like $40-some for one. And the auto parts we got them at today, it was $57 for both of them.
Yeah, that's good. That's really good. Now just get them put on. I'm just jumping into your chat, into your live stream, Tasha, on my computer so I can see the chat. I can't see the chat on my phone. I don't want to keep going back and forth.
Put on. Yeah, I know. Shit. It drives me nuts too. There. Hi, Rebecca. Thank you for coming in.
Hey, Rebecca. I see the chat now. BC family. Hello, everybody. Shorty. Hello. We just come from Shorty's.
Yeah. Yeah, I got like notified like 5 people that they were going live. And then I switched the time earlier to 9:30, and StreamYard never changed it, but the YouTube side did.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
Yeah, that's happened to me. That's happened to me too. Polar Bear, the chat, how are you? Rebecca.
But I probably won't be able to get a garden update until Friday, being it's supposed to rain today, tomorrow, and Thursday.
Yep. I don't know what I'm hoping it's going to be nice here. I hope it's going to be nice in the next couple of days. It's just been ruthless with the water we're getting. I mean, it's great for the wells, but you know.
Yeah, it's not good to try to get plants in or even get it rototilled, because then you're rototilling mud.
Well, and that's the thing. I can't get my rototiller in the ground right now. You know, I can't do it. And I've got potatoes. I got potatoes growing in my kitchen. So right?
Yeah, we
And some
had,
other things.
for the longest time, had them on Mom's back porch. The whole porch was just covered in shelves of plants.
Well, I keep thinking I'm going to do what Jesse suggested. Lazy Days Ahead, Jesse and Lisa. What Jesse had told me about with the old washing machines that I had, to take the guts out of them, take those rings out, and make them into potato garden, right? Put it out, and it works good. So that's
Yeah, you
we
can
got
do
them
that
growing in our
too.
kit. We got them. Yeah, we got them growing in our kitchen right now, and they're gone crazy. So
Yeah, I got a bag that I gotta plant yet too. They're all eyes.
yeah, that's all we did. We just cut them up and then just put them on plates with a little bit of water in there and put them upside down on plates, and they went crazy.
But we have a huge sand pile out here. So I'm thinking about
Oh,
just
nice.
cutting the eyes off and sticking them right in the sand pile.
Well, yeah,
Because I've
why
grown
not?
a lot of potatoes in sand.
Yeah, well, potatoes are pretty, potatoes pretty easy. If you know what I
Yeah.
mean, it's pretty easy. It not much can not, it'll take and it'll go crazy. And again, potatoes, is a big. We need potatoes in our diets, big time. And if there's nothing else, I would like to have a sack of potatoes. All right.
I don't know why potatoes is one thing I could live without.
You don't like potatoes, Tasha?
I do, but I mean, it's just a common thing that's always cooked with a roast or a turkey or chicken or
Yeah.
whatever.
Well, I like the fact now that we got those air fryers. I'm a real big fan of that air frying thing. It's pretty cool.
I have an Instant Pot, I think it's like the biggest one you can get. And it has like 10 functions. Like you can air fry in it, you can sous vide in it, you can bake,
Right.
broil, uh, slow cook, pressure cook.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we've been looking at that pressure cooking stuff, and you know, we've seen a few videos. Belinda with Chuck, they did it, and Tony and Joni, of course, is given. It's got a raffle going for one. Tony and Joni over at Creekside Maples channel.
Yeah. I'm
It's
glad
pretty
you're at
cool
the
and something we got to
315
get
now.
into.
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, BC Family is up to 315 subs now.
Oh,
So
good.
he's getting there.
Well, see, and that's the thing, BC Family. That's the thing. Again, don't get discouraged. Just keep plugging away. It's you know what? Don't get discouraged. Just keep doing
Mine's
what you're
up and
doing.
down so much I don't pay attention to it. It's like
It's
whatever it
or they
is, it
don't
is.
move, or they don't move, and you know what? I'm fine with that. I'm doing this for me. I'm not doing, and learning and going on, and also again coming back to liking people again, certain
Yeah.
people,
Hi, Mike and
right?
Rihanna. Thank you for coming in.
Yeah. Hey, Mike.
But no,
We were.
Nitro is full of good information because what he's saying is right.
Oh, he is so right. So right. I was so that was a great Shorty, that was a great live. I was glad to be a part of that whole entire I kept coming back, but I was there for the majority of it, and it was a great talk. Great talk.
Yeah, I mean both ends, women and men, need to be careful because some women are just as ruthless on the other
Oh
end,
yeah.
just as much as men are.
Yeah. I've heard of it. Yep.
So all sides have to be careful.
Well, I'm just, again,
I mean, if you're just like a photo and nobody's ever seen you, you can be whoever you want to be.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
from me coming on lives, everybody can see who I am, you know, as you
Yeah.
can, and a bunch of other.
But
ones
you
that
know,
come up on
you didn't
lives.
have to do, yeah, Tasha, but you didn't have to do, for me personally, you didn't have to do a live for me to know you're a good person, because we've already been there, right? Like, we already, right from the beginning, I knew.
No, I'm saying is when people are not live or they're not on somebody else's live, you can't physically see them to know that there's an actual person behind the name. I mean, a lot of people that come in do lives, so you know, most of them I know what they all look like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, Mike and Rihanna.
How many subs do
That
you
was a
need
cool
to
video.
get to 100?
Takes time, yeah. You know what? It does, but you know, once you, you know, what I remember of it, this was, you know, I was able to give that URL. I like the idea of having a goal set, right? Like, there's goals in YouTube to or milestones, as we call them. You know, I do like that. I do like that reward, because it does make everybody feel good. And I'm good. I'm big on that. We gotta, what's going on. We gotta be everything we can take advantage of to be happy about. We got to do that. So that there, I do like the milestone thing. And I do also like seeing channels, big channels, that are actually keeping their making a dollar at it, you know, contributing to their families and building, and also contributing to other people, right?
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, there's a
that's
couple of
amazing.
channels that I watch that have like over 8 million subscribers.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I just look at that number and I'm like, that is a long time.
Yeah, that's a lot of time and effort, and you know, the thing is to keep doing it, just to keep doing it. You know, so many of those. One of my favorite YouTube channels that I watched all the time was Joe Rogan. It still is, but he's on Spotify now. So, or I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but anyway. But you know, I'm a big fan, and you know, through YouTube.
Yeah, I haven't even done
to.
my custom URL yet because I have no idea how to do it.
Oh, really? That's pretty easy, Tasha. We'll have to. I can help you out on that. Finally, that's not that hard. Sure.
Well, you'll have to video call me either Instagram or Facebook.
Yeah, I'm just getting on that. That Instagram's cool. I used it once already, but it seems, that's the way we'll do it.
I mean,
I've used it once.
It's similar to like all the other social medias. Certain ones have limits on like the size of video you can upload, like TikTok's one of them.
Yeah.
ABC family, that's fine if you don't want to come up. You're more than welcome to come up anytime you want when I'm live. And so is anybody else. As long as I see your face backstage, anybody can come up. But yeah, I like Shorty's lives.
Oh, yeah, they're amazing.
They're all like amazing. All the different ones that are singing.
Yeah, like well, listening. That Jay, the gentleman she had up there,
Nitro.
No, not Nitro. No, she had a gentleman on there that sang. A good friend of hers, and his name it's Jay. I don't want to. I know it's Jay. I know the Jay, but I don't know the rest of it. But he's an amazing, he's an amazing singer. Absolutely an amazing singer.
Hi, Bearded.
I'd like him to.
Thank you for coming in.
Shorty, I'd like him to sing some Elton John. I'd like to hear some Elton John out of him because he has that voice, that Elton John voice.
Yeah.
I would
the
love
one
to
that
hear
was
some of that out
on,
of him.
was it last night he was up there singing?
Yeah, yeah, last night. Yeah, we were just she was just talking about him, and then all of a sudden, bang, there he was, and he sang a couple of songs, and he's an amazing singer too. You know,
I
I
came
was
in a little
pretty.
bit
That was pretty
towards the
cool.
end, I think.
Bearded Eagle, how are you, man? Bearded Eagle, buddy, what's up?
And Carl, you can share your YouTube link on Facebook and Instagram, because I have two different Facebooks that I share people links out on, so they're like kind of getting double from both sides because I have different friends on both. How are you doing this evening, Jared? Yeah, I got to go back and watch their lives from this weekend when they're out there fishing.
It was. You're gonna like it. You're gonna like it, Tasha. It's amazing. It was a lot of fun. I had a blast.
Well, it was so hard
Yeah.
this weekend because it was so cold, so I was about sitting in the fire.
Yeah, those
I mean,
fires were
like
nice. I like
away
those
from
fires. But I knew you were a little cold when you had the hoodie on, and
yeah.
but you got out there. You were the first one. You got out there. We're doing our trip in July. The first week of July. Crystal has us booked, and we got a tent and all that. And
Yeah.
we're gonna go do it. Grayson, Crystal, and I, and we're gonna go out there. So we're gonna try to do that too. We're gonna go out and film our first camp. We haven't done it in years. We haven't done it in about 4 years, 3 years, 4 years now, sure. But it's gonna be fun. I get to hang out and relax and have some
I
brews
forgot
and
I had to
get a
do
campfire
something on
going.
the other side.
So we had fun too. So many people on the pier. It was cool. It was cool. There was a lot of people.
Yeah, I'll definitely go back and I'll check them out later tonight. Jamie's working, so she won't be home till between
And
2
it was fun the way they had it set up too. It was great how they set it up, how they had everybody was on their own channel, on live on their own channel. So as the spectating, I was able to go from like all of us were doing it, was going from channel to channel to channel, saying hi, kept going back and forth, and it was
Yeah.
just it was awesome how it worked out. Of course,
So even
Bearded
a lot
Eagle
of times.
being
Yeah, go ahead.
being involved in record breaking points like that, Bearded Eagles always seems to be in the middle of those record breaker things. But
I swear nobody can message me when I'm not doing anything, but then when you're trying to do something, then everybody wants to message you.
yeah.
It's normally how it works, right?
Normally. Yeah, that's just normal. Just normal. Hanging in there. You hanging in there, Bearded?
Kind of curious what the heart doctor is going to have to say when I see him on the 29th.
9th, yep. Well, you've been out.
Hopefully
How you're feeling? You're feeling pretty decent. You look good. So,
Well, I'm still getting a chest pain and stuff. I'm just trying not to think about it.
Wow.
And I don't want to keep mentioning it to family because I don't want them,
Yeah, I know.
to worry
Yeah.
too much.
Well, Jamie knows, right?
Yeah.
Jamie knows. So, and Mother Hen knows, I hope.
Yeah, there was just a
Right?
couple of times that it was kind of worse this weekend, but I didn't say nothing.
Yeah.
I figured I was going to be fine anyways. I just figured it was my blood pressure that was through the roof. I know there's been a lot of names that I haven't seen. I have a list wrote down because I can't remember who was
Oh,
here, who
yeah.
wasn't here, and who's this person, and
Yeah. Well, the thing is everybody, like, a lot of that's why I like this community we're in too, because, and you're only just started doing lives. You're in everybody's lives. You were always in everybody's lives and,
yeah.
and moderating. So you were always busy. And I know that's why I don't like moderating. People don't ask me to moderate, please. I don't want to do it because unless you're good at it, unless you're really good at it, like the ones that are good at it, you're going to be no good at it.
I
Like
mean, I
me.
didn't
And
know. You just learn as you do it.
yeah, and
I mean, I
I
figured
miss so
out
much.
how
I'm just like, no.
to even make mods and um make them while I'm live too. So
Hmm.
that way I don't need to go into the studio and do all that. I figured out how to do them right when you're live. Just you have to do it on
Okay.
the YouTube side.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I figured I'd come on for a little bit.
Yeah. Why not? I was waiting for you to come on, and like I said, I was over there at Shorty's over there having a great time over there, and I knew you were coming on. And I think Nitro might be going on, or if he might be on now. He said he was going to go on, but maybe a little bit later after Shorty had ended. And
Yeah.
so I don't know if he got on. You know, he might have. I guess I could, yeah, very easily like that. No, he's not. No, he's not on yet. So, but he was on earlier today too. Sure.
Well, I don't know
Oh,
where in the world he's at, but it
he.
shows 9:50 p.m.
Okay. He's. I'm wanting to say he's in. Shit.
Yeah, I don't know. It don't say it. I mean, I know he's in the United States, but it don't say.
Yeah. Yeah,
Barry,
he
you
isn't.
can
Oh, yeah,
drop
he's
links
definitely.
for me if you want to.
He
I'd
he's
appreciate it.
he's a he's a retired army, I do believe, retired forces. Nitro Freak is.
I know he's got a
So I
nice
want to say,
car there in the garage.
yeah, he's got a few of those. That's not the only one. He's got a few of those, I guess, but that's his jewel. That's his baby. That's a beauty.
I know I up the Dodge Challengers and the Dodge Chargers.
I do
That's
too.
like my
I
dream
like that.
car.
They are. I do. I like them too. The new stuff. Yeah, I've been around a couple of them and of the Chargers, the Challengers actually, the Challengers. And the Chargers. I've been around the Chargers too. Um, but yeah, mine's a Tesla. I'm still Tesla. I'm still Tesla. I want a Tesla S model and the
I
truck
mean, they're cool
and the
cars,
and the
but
Roadster.
the funny part with me is I can get in any tractor trailer and I can drive it anywhere. I can back it anywhere. But you put me in a
Hmm.
regular standard vehicle and I'd be lucky if I could make it out the driveway.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I tried
Well,
to learn when I was growing up, but I hated standards so bad. And with tractor trailers, it's the opposite. Like, I don't like automatics.
Yeah.
Because they're so much more different, and you still have to drive them with 2 feet. Like, you have to work the gas and the brake when you're backing up, or even if you're taking off from a stop sign.
Yeah. Well, now look at tractor trailers now. They're automatic. So many of them are automatics. Jose, Jose, our buddy Jose Catfishing. Yeah. He runs for FedEx, and he's in an automatic Kenworth, like a T680. That's a nice truck, but it's, I do understand the automatic. But I've talked to some trucking companies, the bosses of them, and they said they went all automatic on their fleets to save on fuel, and it didn't do what they thought it was going to do. It didn't really, and a lot of the drivers, the old school drivers that like the stick shift, the power ratio, what you can do with a standard compared to an automatic truck is two completely. I've never drove one. I've always drove a standard. When I drove a tractor trailer or a dump truck or anything like that, it was always a standard. I was never in one of those automatics, but I see them. But
I mean, in the automatics, you have the option. I'm not sure about how FedEx ones work, but I know, like, on some of the Freightliners and stuff like that, you can still, like, shift them. I don't know if it's like an actual shifter or a button, but the reason why I like the standard is especially for winter.
Yeah.
Because you're shifting yourself. You know what I mean? So you don't have to go as fast where, like, an automatic, it shifts itself.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Everything with the tractor trailers to do with your power shifting. Once you get it rolling, you're power shifting after that, right?
Yeah,
so
you're
just floating
with the RPM up and down.
Yeah. You only use your clutch basically to start and stop. That's all I ever did with it. I mean, every now and again I would get on it just because, you get into, you get somewhere where you got to downshift quick, and you gotta get in that low gear. So you just pop the clutch in and drop it in that, and it goes in, right? But when you're power shifting, everything's to do with your RPM up and down, like you said.
The one truck, well, 2 trucks that I will not drive. One is an 18 speed, and the other is a Super 10. And with the Super 10, it splits every gear. So, like, you can go first, and then you split it, and it's like a half gear. Then you can go to second, and then split it again. So you got, like, half gears throughout there. But, like, an 18 speed, that's fine for, like, cross country where you're driving and there isn't a lot of stop and go. But, like, for what I did, 10 gears, regular 10 speed is plenty enough.
Yeah, I've drove 18, but most of it, I drove it a little bit, but most of was either a 10 speed or a 13 speed, like, and the 18 speed, that's just, you're splitting gears, you're splitting and splitting and splitting, right?
I'd get lost.
You're able to split. Yeah.
That's way too many gears for me to remember where I am.
Yeah. Well, and again, yourself, when you're driving a truck, the truck tells you how to drive it. If you're a good driver, your truck will tell you how to drive it. It'll tell you when it doesn't like something.
Oh yeah. Trust me, I stalled out enough times to know that. And trust me, I was on this one hill in Wisconsin, and I stalled in the middle of the hill. Traffic was backed up behind me, and I had like 46,000 pounds in my trailer. And so when you're stuck on a hill like that, you got to be quick with the shifting or you stall out again.
Yeah. You got to get it going. Yeah. Yeah. And you're going uphill. So that's a struggle in itself right there, right? Feather in the clutch enough to get that to start to roll and not, and the big thing is you're lucky you're well, and that's the thing to get, oh man, that's, you're just lucky you got spikes that you can pull if you had to.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah. I've never had it. I've never had that happen. So but I was always terrified of it. Right.
Well, when I was in, because I got my CDL back in 2001. But back then, most local companies wouldn't let you drive. They wanted at least 6 months experience. Well, I was just out of school.
Yeah.
So I had my license for a while. I went with Swift, but I didn't drive for them very long because I ended up getting sick. And I passed out in the bathroom. So they had to take me to the hospital. Yeah. And they wouldn't let my trainer bring me back home. So then I had to have my family come all the way to West Memphis to pick me up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even though our load was going back through North Carolina, because that's where I was living at the time. But when I went with Snyder after that, I had a hard time with hills. Because where I drove when I took CDL school in Menands up here.
It was flat.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of hills. So,
yeah.
And they had you haul at least 10,000 pounds, like when they took you out on the road. So they took us over to this store parking lot where the hill was like this. And that's where they had you practice holding yourself there with the clutch, where you didn't even have to touch the brake. You just use the clutch to hold yourself there.
Yeah.
So we did that for like part of the week. So when I got back after that, my trainer took me out and we were right on the big hill right outside the terminal in Charlotte. And he's like, shift. I'm thinking to myself, you're going to stall me out on this freaking hill. And that's exactly what he did. He made me stall out on the hill. And I took right off. And it never bothered me after that.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never, and again, I didn't go to CDL. I did it because I was logging at the time, and the logging outfit was like, we need you to get your class 3, which was just for a dump truck, just a tandem, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, okay. So I went and did that with him, and I had to get my air endorsement with it, right? So I got that. And then later on, it was like, well, when I started fixing roads, logging roads, during breakup, they would give me an excavator and a lowboy trailer to hook onto the dump truck. And for that, I had to have my class 1, right?
Yeah.
Because it was all air brake, right? The trailer.
Yeah, here
and I would
called the class A.
Yeah, here it's a class 1 here. Class 1 in Nova Scotia, or actually BC out there. It was a class A1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And BC family, if I could get back into driving a tractor trailer, I definitely would. But being my back is broken, I heard it at work. I can never drive again.
No. And that's the other thing. When you were telling me about that, you got to think about how many times, Tasha, did you jump from the top step down from your truck when you were getting off your truck back in the day? How many times did you do that? That I'm telling you right now, that is. Go ahead.
I always came out proper. I always came out backwards the way you're supposed to.
Okay.
With 3 points of contact, both hands and a foot. But that day, my truck wouldn't start. So you pushed me ahead so I could get out of the way. so the other trucks could come in. Well, my truck was right on the edge of the brand new blacktop. When I was getting out,
Okay.
my feet were on the edge, so they rolled, which I thought my feet were stable. And I let go of my hand, and I fell backwards.
Oh, shit.
And landed on jagged rock, blowing my back out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I would love to get back into driving, but my spine's just not. If I just drove, where I didn't have to do anything else, my surgeon said that I could do that. But truck driving isn't just driving the truck. You have to get under your trailer to check the brakes and the air lines and, you know, all that kind of stuff, your air chambers, you know, and then you're in and out of the trailer to strap your load or put the load bars in or whatever. So it's not just driving.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. You know.
And even that, just riding in a tractor trailer puts, like with me, I'm so short that I can't drive with any air in the seat.
Yeah.
So my seat is all the way sitting down on the frame. So every bump I hit, that's like slamming me in the seat.
Yeah.
So
It's like a spring. It's like a spring seat instead of a. It's like a spring seat instead of an air ride seat.
Yeah. Yeah. So that would have been rough.
Yeah. And the thing is, even though you see how comfy they look, and they all got air ride cabs and air ride suspension, and of course air ride seats in them, it's 100. It's 80,000 pounds of that's going down the road that is you're bouncing inside of these things. You watch any of these YouTuber truck driving channels, they're bouncing, they're moving, they're twisting just as much as the truck's twisting, right?
Yeah. And I never
and they're in their seatbelts, but
I never liked having the air in my seat because you're constantly like this.
Yeah.
And like bouncing. I said, I'm so short. So if I put air in the seat, I can barely reach the pedals. So I always had to have it down on the floor. Mom just came in.
Yeah, I seen her. Mother hen. Oh, mother hen.
I don't know. It's just hard. My surgeon released me, but my restrictions, there really isn't a job that I could do, even if I wanted to.
Well,
I can't sit for a long period of time or stand or climb or kneel, lift, any of that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what, you know what? I know a lot of truck drivers. I know a lot of retired truck drivers. I know a lot of friends of mine that are still driving. Well, even look at Jose. Jose, his knees and stuff bother him because he's in that position he's been there. He's been there, I think 24 years now, or 25, something like that. But he says his knees, and I can even understand when being in that position when I was operating heavy equipment and stuff like that I spent most of my time on, 12, 14 hours a day. That would pain because you're staying in that one spot. You're not moving. Nothing's really getting a workout. So things do seize up, right?
Yeah. And I mean, most of the time, when you're sitting there, your legs are in a 90-degree position. Your right leg is extended most of the day. Hold the fuel pedal.
Yeah.
Like me, I would use cruise when I was on the interstate, provided there wasn't a lot of traffic. And then your left leg is basically you're sitting there most of the day, except for when you need to use the clutch. So it's sitting there at a 90-degree angle, getting slammed on the floor because it ain't doing nothing.
Yeah.
Have a good evening,
Awesome.
Shorty.
Hey, take care, Shorty. Thank you very much. We'll see you real
Thank you
soon.
for coming in, and thank you for sharing me out on your community page. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Hi, Brenda. Thank you for coming in. How are you doing this evening?
Hey, Redbird Farm. How you doing? Just sitting, chatting, having a.
I gotta start writing people's names down with their channel. So I never like just calling them by their channel name all the time.
Well, that's the thing, and I don't know how to approach it really. I call them their until they give me a first name if they want to be called, or I'm always like I always Redbird or Shorty or and that's kind of how I remember who's who, right? I'm like, okay, it's almost their names are analogies to me, right? Like Shorty's Adventures. I know that because it's a Shorty. I know it because of her capital letters, because of her Redbird. I know it because I see these people all the time. That's the thing. I keep getting recognized, or I keep seeing them, right? My real name is Greg Farmer Freelance. Yeah. GFF.
You better
I'm
watch
GFF,
out. Bearded's
man.
gonna take your name now.
Yeah.
Brenda, I'm doing good.
Yeah, all good here. Yeah.
I didn't think I was ever gonna get warm this weekend, to be honest.
Well, see, and that probably didn't help with a lot of things too, Tasha. You shivering a little bit probably didn't help things, right? I was thinking that earlier. I was going to say that to you. I was going to say, you were stressed a little bit. So of course things aren't going to work the way they're supposed to work when you're stressed out.
Yeah, I know.
And it was supposed to be a fun time. Well, I think it
was.
Yeah, it looked like it. I wished I was there. We would just all got closer to the fire. We just would have got closer to the fire.
That's why I said I was like a foot away from it until we got it like roaring, and then I could back up a little bit.
Yeah.
But the best part too was taking my pity Ronnie out on the rowboat for the very first time he's ever been in a boat in his whole life. And he was so good, I could not believe how good he was in the boat. He just wanted to keep drinking the water over the edge of the boat. That's how he wanted.
Yeah. Just nice, good, fresh water. Yeah.
Yep.
I don't blame him.
At first, he was like back and forth, so the boat's like going like this because he couldn't pick a side on, where he wanted to be.
Yeah. It's a flat bottom. It was a flat bottom, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a flat bottom, like John boat, they're called.
My Daisy Duke, she was a Saint Bernard. She just loved the water. She loved the boats. She loved vehicles. The worst thing was that she loved vehicles so much, but to take her in our car or my truck or my Jeep, she would just fill. Like it was like she always wanted to go, and I was like, oh, it's going to be a 2-hour cleanup after we're done today, because she just shed so bad. Her shed would come off, and and she was so big. She was so big. She was just a big goofball.
For having short hair, he does shed quite a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, not as much as my 3 cats, but he still sheds quite a bit.
Yeah, our cat's just a fur ball. She's just nothing but old Ty. She's just nothing but fur. We wash her every now and again. Crystal will have to wash her. She's been skunked a couple of times. She thinks skunks are her friend. She thinks, oh yeah, I think she thinks, or she's trying to kill them. I mean, she is a murderer. She kills everything around the house. But Yeah, she's just a big fur ball. We get her wet, and she's so funny looking.
I think there's something about skunks and porcupines
Yeah,
that animals cannot resist.
I don't know. Our
Because the
Daisy,
dogs
same as
always
Daisy.
chase them
Daisy
and
do.
get sprayed.
Yeah, Daisy every year. We were guaranteed every year Daisy would get skunked every year. We would just wait for it. And then it would be funny because we'd be in our master bedroom and we had a balcony on the front and we would all of a sudden just get that terrible stench, that strong, almost burning your nose. And then we'd be like,
Yeah.
where's Daisy?
Good night,
Where's
Carl.
Daisy? And we'd be like, oh, she's outside. And we're like, uh-oh. And sure enough, she'd get hammered every year.
I think it's lagging a little bit on Shane's side, but I'm not
Oh,
sure.
is it
I
really?
can't tell if it's lagging on my side. Just a little bit. I see it.
Is that any better?
I mean, you sound fine to me.
Okay. Because I got my laptop running too, just so I can see the chat. But if that's causing the issue, I can look at the chat, sure. There we are.
Aloha from upstate New York. Thank you
Aloha.
for coming in, and we're doing good. And how are you doing?
I gotta get me one of those GoPros.
Yeah, me too. I keep eyeing them up, but some of them are so expensive.
Well, they got this thing. Somebody told me, I gotta find it. I haven't looked at it yet, but somebody told me you can get refurbished ones for $100 a pop. Right? I'm like, shit. Oh, Canadian. Yeah, I don't know. It must be. I've heard a couple of people talking about it, and I'm just like, well, I'm gonna have to look into that because if they're only $100, they are refurbished. Like, I guess they go back to the company and they build them and then just send them back out, and you can get them for $100.
On Amazon that come with the. I don't remember if it's like a 4 or I don't know about cameras, but we'll say a 4. And then it comes with like a bunch of different stuff. Like it comes with the waterproof case. Comes with like the stand, a mic, different connectors so you can hook it to your computer, and a bunch of other stuff. Which normally with that you can get it for like a couple $100 for like a whole thing. But I don't know like how good they are. Because there's so many different like numbers of them, and the higher the number goes, the more expensive they are.
Yeah. I got a brand new GoPro Hero 7 for $100 a couple Christmases ago. Dude won 2 at his company and party. Oh yeah, see?
Oh, Craigslist.
Bearded got a Hero.
They found them.
Yeah. Hey, Chuck.
How are you doing?
Belinda, how are you? Chuck, I'm telling you, man. That family is so talented. That is awesome. That is awesome. I really enjoyed that video. Everybody, if you can check that video out, go over and check out Chuck and Belinda's video. The family guitars, and it's I Met You in Missouri. Is that it? I Met You in Missouri. It's a great song.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I mean, I had a bunch of them saved in my cart on Amazon, but I just got scammed by them or hacked or whatever, so I deleted my Amazon account.
Oh yeah, I don't even got any of that. I have Facebook, and I do have that IG, Instagram,
Yeah.
I just started using that, and it seems like I said but I haven't put any content or any of that. I haven't. I just called. I was able to use what we will have to use it for, Tasha. When you want to go over that doing that
The
custom
custom
URL thing,
URL. Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah,
How I
Amazon.
got to Memphis, right, right, yeah. You were close. Well, I knew Belinda was there, and it was kind of a love story song. I was, I was falling in love with Belinda. You, Chuck, right? That's the way it was a great song. I'm
Welcome
back. I had
back,
a phone call.
Jesse.
Hey,
So
Jesse. It was a great song, great tune, and awesome playing. Awesome. The mandolin, the young fella had, and then the guitar players, of course. I love guitar. Um, it was great.
my dad, my biological dad, I miss. He used to play guitar and sing to my mom when I was a little
Yeah,
kid. And
yeah. I
even
grew up
though
around it.
he passed away when I was 7, I can still hear his voice and the sounds of the guitar. That was like one of my favorite things. And I still
Yeah,
want to learn how to play, but I just haven't.
right. Yeah, my family did. I grew up around it too. Me and Grayson, we uh we got Grayson a guitar. I have one too, but it's at a cousin of mine. I left it at his place. We used to go and jam at his place, and he had a pool table and a bar in his house. So, and a guitar, and we used to go there. So I have a Washburn of my own, and I had it, and that's where it still is. So I got to go over and get it because we got one for Grayson. We got an Epiphone for him, an acoustic, and we play and we do a lot on YouTube learning, but I want to get mine home so that we can jam together and learn easier,
Yeah, that'd
right?
be.
And I know
Yeah.
Bearded Eagle is also a player too. Bearded Eagle knows how to play a guitar. He knows how to lick a tune good too.
I
So
know you do, man. I definitely do.
I miss him too. Yeah, Mother Hen. Yeah, Tasha. A lot's been said. Yeah, good memories there. That's awesome. Hey, nerds.
Hey, Ashley.
Every time she says that, I laugh, man.
It was
Just,
so do I, because I may have been a nerd like at some point in my life. I don't know if I'm technically a nerd right now, but
well, I've become one. That's the funny thing about it for me is I've become one. I used to not touch this stuff. I hated it all. And since I've been a part of it, her coming in and saying that, just it's perfect timing. Every time she says it, perfect timing. I love her. I love you, Ashley.
oh,
You make
bearded.
me laugh.
What did you say that I had to search for and clean out on the computer besides doing a disk cleanup and a defrag? Because my laptop's been trying to do that all day. I forget what he said because I don't think I wrote it down.
Jam it up, June. Jam it up, June. No, that's cool, Jesse. That's a cool thing that's going on there, everybody. Jam it up, June. A lot of channels involved in that, and it's pretty cool. Everybody's again, it's building some food,
Hey,
learning how.
Steve, thanks for coming in.
Good GFF, yeah, Ashley, absolutely, girl.
Oh,
Yeah.
there it is. Let me write this down and I'll even highlight it so I do not forget. Probably type that in my computer and it'll shut off because I
Hey,
need a new
Steve, what's up?
laptop.
Backwoods Misfit, Steve, how are you doing, buddy? Steve and Donna, how are you? Wondering what you're up to, Steve. I've seen you in lives, but
Here's a link if anybody wants to come up. Yeah, how's Miss Donna doing? And how are you feeling, Steve? I worry about everybody because there's like so many people that have not been doing well themselves, and then having family that's
Yeah, and people that are passing away on us as well, like friends and family. It's been happening too much, way too much lately. I'm pretty concerned too.
Hey,
Hey, there
guys.
he is.
hey, how's it
Hey,
going?
what's up,
Good.
Steve? How are
We're
you,
doing
buddy?
good. We're doing good. Went to the doctor yesterday. He's got me on steroids for my leg as of right now. Hey, Bearded Eagle, everybody in chat, Ashley. Thursday they're gonna do an ultrasound on it to make sure there ain't a blood clot in it. And then there's something else. I don't know what else, but it's doing all right. I don't think it's a blood clot. I think it's just real bad arthritis, and I think it's a combination between my ankle and my knee.
Yeah,
Like when my ankle's out, it puts pressure on the knee, and then when the knee is, acting
Yeah.
up, it's putting pressure back
Wow.
on the ankle. And
That's one thing that I've heard a lot of, Steve, is if you have feet problems, it elevates from that up your entire body. It goes right
yeah,
from your feet right to your
yeah,
spine, right to your
yeah.
neck, right to your head.
My
All
hip's
those
been doing
ailments
really
are
good,
caused.
so I don't know. My hip has been really good. Now I haven't been on my feet a whole lot. I mean, what I gotta do, but I have been taking it easy. But so it's like my foot's getting it's getting a cramp, or it don't like whatever's going on, and then it starts to hurt, and then it just kind of aggravates the knee and the ankle, I think.
Mhm.
I'm
Well,
from
hopefully they
Wisconsin, lazy
find out.
days, Jesse. I got that New York, or not New York. I don't want to go there. I got that northern. Not against Tasha. I'm not from New York City.
it's been so nice and hot.
Poor guy.
As long as you're sitting close to the fire,
I can't do it. How was your vacation, Tasha?
huh?
How was your vacation?
It was good, and I froze my butt off.
Yeah. Got
Now
cold?
Saturday morning it was in the 30s,
Okay.
and
Yeah, that's
2
real
hours
cold.
north of us got snow.
Wow. Well,
Yeah, I thought it was gonna snow. I really
is
did.
that the first time it's been ever that cold for you camping?
No,
Oh,
we've
okay.
actually gone camping and had it snow.
Okay. Yeah.
Anything's possible in the Adirondacks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Steve, have you ever gone to a chiropractor?
One time, my right hip, I don't
Hey,
know what
chicken.
to call it. I couldn't tell you what it was, but they had me lay down, and my buttocks was kind of in the air.
Yeah.
And he would hit this button, and it would bring my butt down. He did that like 3 times for like 3 weeks, and it straightened that out
God.
pretty good. I haven't had any problems with that no more, but
Yeah,
I do need to see.
my
Go ahead.
chiropractor uses it's called like an activator.
Take
It's
care,
a
Bearded.
tool that clicks.
Okay.
Good night, Bearded. But
Good night,
I
Bearded Eagle.
would have problems with my hips and my legs
Yeah.
and my ankles.
Yeah.
And my chiropractor would adjust me from my neck to my feet.
Yeah. And I hope
And
it's
that
something
always
simple, because I really want to get up in a tree stand. I mean, I've been looking
Yeah.
at building a ground blind, but there's nothing like being up in a tree stand,
Yeah.
But,
No.
Especially for
Right.
you.
See more.
Especially for you, Steve.
right.
Especially for you, because
Right.
that's what you enjoy. That's your hobby, right?
Yep.
And you
Hi,
can't
Chicken
stop
Beef
your hobby.
Mountain. Thank you for coming
No.
in.
But I mean, if I have to, I mean, I'll build a stand 4 feet, 5 feet off the ground if I have to, and then enclose it that way. I got that bug out camp that I was
Yep.
thinking about enclosing, but I think I just start from scratch and build a really good one. And then
The
one where I
one
can sleep in it.
I always
and
steal my brother's
everything.
because he built a little log cabin.
I don't
And
know,
it-
Jesse, if that's you, Jesse. They never said I had it. So
I don't even know what it is.
a Needma, I think it's like an iron thing, if I'm right. I'm not sure.
I'll have to Google it.
I think it's an iron deficiency. Is that right, Jesse? All right, Ashley, you have a good night, girl.
Have a good night, Ashley.
Hey, Ashley, see ya.
Oh,
I could
walking
be
home.
wrong. I'm thinking iron, no. But I could be wrong.
But no, camping was good. We had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Some of those nights it's swelling caused due to excessive fluid accumulation in the body tissue or in any part of the body. Maybe Thursday I'll find out, Jesse. I got a lot
Hey,
of fluid
Lizel.
in my ears.
Hi,
Hi,
Lizel.
Nigel.
And how you been, Shane?
All good here, Steve. All
Yeah.
good, buddy.
No bears waking you
All
up
good,
or
man.
nothing?
No,
I'm gonna mute for a
actually had
minute so I can check my blood pressure.
Okay.
okay. Had a beautiful doe the other morning in the backyard, right close to the house.
Cool.
Yeah.
We had one when we were pulling in the other night too. It's the first deer I've seen in a couple of years that close to the house.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it's because of that food plot I put back there or not, which is only 75 feet away from the house. Maybe 100
Yeah.
feet,
Well, that's
because
the
it's on
thing.
the other side of the pond.
Everything in my yard is at bloom, so
Yeah.
they're but that's the closest we've had one, again, same as you, Steve, in a couple of years, and we live
Yeah.
way out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. I should have deer at my doorstep.
Right. Says if your URIC acid levels are good, then you can rule out the possibility of gout. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was gout at first, but I don't think it is gout anymore. Because, but we'll see. Thanks though, Jesse. I'm really glad that you. Yeah, I thought it was gout at first too. And
Yeah. Uric acid. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what happened was, here's what happened. Like, I don't want to. I told you, Shane and Tasha, because Miss Donna came back
Go
from
ahead.
the hospital and she sleeps in the chair most of the time because of her back. Well, when she got back, I wanted to make sure I was by her for sure, so I was sleeping in the chair. I left my boots on, and then, but I've done it before already too, because I was just so tired. I just fell asleep. But I woke up the next day, and I could not walk on that foot, and it took me almost a whole week before I forced myself to walk on it, because I thought it was gout. That's what they said. You gotta walk on it, you gotta put ice on it, you gotta work it out, which I did, and it seemed to help. But now it's not as severe as what it was, but it's still there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Well, hopefully it's figured out, or they got it on. You got on the right medication now.
Okay, Tasha. Tasha says she'll be right back.
Right? Yeah. See, Mother Hen. I'm a big fan of. Like my family gets a lot of issues, and I haven't. But I love cranberry juice. I drink cranberry juice as much as I can. I love it. Like the real 100% real cram. Like there's no. It's this stuff is potent. It's so
Yeah.
cranberry, right?
Right.
But I drink it by the gallons. I love it.
Some reason why I always unsubscribe to Lazy Days. I always check my subscriptions to make sure I'm still there with them.
There's a lot that been dropping, and I've been having to get back, and I'm glad that I go around to enough lives that I get caught back up on everybody.
Yeah. And I've been kind of like on the night shift, so I've been missing your morning live, Shane, just so you know. I'll get there.
Oh yeah, I know, buddy. I know, and no
And
worries.
It's so hot.
We
And then yesterday I had that clinic appointment, and that was what time was that? Was at noon. I didn't get up till 10:45.
Well, I'm not
been
going
so-
anywhere, Steve.
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah. I just been. It's been so hot. I don't do nothing except for mow lawn, and then I stay up. I've been watching baseball games and watching ESPN and stuff, and just got done
Yeah.
watching college baseball.
Well, you got that new thing.
Yeah, Sling TV.
Yeah.
Trying it out.
Yeah.
We'll see. I just been missing baseball a little bit.
Yeah. Well, don't miss
I
the
wanna-
things you enjoy, Steve.
Yeah.
Hey, a squirrel.
Hey, squirrel.
Oh, hey, Squirrel, what's up? There he is, Squirrel.
Hi, Mom.
And Liesel's here. Hello, Liesel.
And I'll try
I was
that
just
black
at her
cherry
live
juice,
earlier.
Mom.
Yeah, that's dehydrated.
On the bottom number, and my BP is a little higher right
Yep,
now.
that's my sticker board behind me. Getting it going.
Black cherry. Yep.
And no,
I'll
I
be
haven't
getting mine.
forgot, Steve. I gotta get a envelope and stamp from my mom,
Oh.
but I did forget to ask her for it, so I can
Yeah,
send
you're
them out to
fine.
you.
You're fine. You've been busy, I know. It takes time, and when I get mine made up, you'll be the first one to get one. And Squirrel. I think Squirrels was the first sticker I ever got.
Mom, the bottom number on my BP is 97.
That ain't too bad.
Well, it's high for me considering they upped my BP medicine. It was 137 over 97.
Oh. Now, if anyone's interested in Lazy Day sticker or magnet, just email us. Okay. I gotta write that down. Lazy Days.
Awesome. Just have to send you an email too. I was looking at stickers, but I don't know what I would want to use for my what the design I want to be. Mom, right now my pain level is probably like a 7.
Yeah, Steve, it's right on Lazy Days homepage.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
Steve likes writing stuff down though.
to remind me.
Yeah, Steve's old school. He's still likes to write.
Yep.
Yeah, you see my. I don't know if you can see it.
I do too.
Yeah.
I've got a.
Yep.
See?
If I don't write the stuff down, I can't remember anything. Yep.
Well, it's
I'll
just.
go there right now.
I think we feel more secure. Back in our day, I think we feel more secure when it's like that than it is on this stuff because I still, I don't trust it at all, and nor
Well,
should we
2
really.
minutes from now, I'll forget all about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too. It's great memory. It's
I'll
memory
be like,
paper.
I
It's
know
called memory
someone
paper.
said, yeah, someone else. I'll remember that someone mentioned it. I just will forget who it was.
Yeah, yeah, that's me. Actually, you know what? The funny thing is doing this stuff, and I find that things are getting, the cobwebs are getting cleaned out, because I wasn't involved in none of that stuff at all. So now, I find that things are working a little better. My memory's not that bad as what it used to be.
Yeah.
So,
Jesse,
but
I checked Sticker Mule. I just don't know
yeah,
if I
I've been
want to use
thinking-
one of my paintings or one of my drawings for the
I've been
actual
thinking about doing
sticker.
puzzles, but I just don't have nowhere to do a puzzle. All my
Yeah.
tables are full right now.
Scott
Well, that's
would
the same as me.
rambling
I
with the
haven't.
brooms. He does that diamond art stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll find
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't even thought of stickers yet.
Even the word puzzles or something, crosswords or anything. I really need to. I don't read unless it's hunting. Or I tell you what, I would read. I just haven't bought them. I'd love to get back and get copies or whatever, even if it's a new. I would love to get the original, but the Hardy Boys.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That's what I would love to get.
Might be able to find them on eBay.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if the big bookstores would have, I don't want to say old material, but older
something a little newer.
material.
Yeah. Exactly.
One of my favorite books is Inferno.
I like emailing from my phone too, because my computer is, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
I
like
always email from my
I
phone.
loved Windows XP.
Yeah. I don't even know what I have in my computer, to be honest.
No, me neither. I know I got YouTube, and that's it.
I got Windows
And
10.
Facebook.
Yeah, Windows what?
10.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I don't know what this is.
It's about you can, if you have a search bar, you can type in like computer, let me think. Yeah, that's probably who I'll go through 2 lazy days. I got my sticker ready. It took me a year. I was playing around, but that's not very good example, but that's what my new sticker's gonna be. Just something simple.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. Something simple.
Shane, do you have the volume turned down on your phone? Because when you talk, it sounds like you're gargling.
Who, me?
Can you hear me?
No, Shane. Yeah.
I got my fan going, so I don't know if that could be doing anything.
No, it was on Shane's end. It sounded like he was gargling. That's why I asked him, because he's got his phone and laptop on.
No, I shut the laptop down.
Oh, all right. So you're just on your phone.
Yeah, I'm only on the phone now. But I got it leaning up against the screen. My phone. There we go.
Yeah, it sounds better now. Hi, Bank Fishing Adventures. Thank you for coming in.
Lucky I looked, because I wrote that down too.
Hey, Bank.
I gotta go back to Jesse's.
It's lazydaysahead1031@gmail.com.
Okay. There's a Y behind lazy, right? Yeah,
Yep, it's LAZYDAYZ
okay.
ahead at 1031 at Gmail.
Okay. I wish they could have it where you just hit it and then it'd take you right there.
Yes, that would be nice.
That'd be a nice option.
Kettle Kitchen. How are you, Tony? Gray Wolf. How are
Hi,
you?
Gray Wolf.
Hey, Gray Wolf. My brain's not.
Banks Fishing. How are you, Banks? Bank Fishing. How are you?
There's the link if anybody else wants to come up on panel. Hi, Kettle Kitchen. This is not torrential pouring out right now. It's just a spring. When we were gone, I was having like withdrawals from my cats and then the chickens and turkeys. Like the first place when we got back was to go see the birds. Oh, Steve, Grey Wolf said that Barnes and Noble sells Hardy Boy books for $10 each.
Oh, that's cheap. Heck yeah.
Mm. Rebecca. How are you, Rebecca?
I wasn't sure if any of them would have the older series books. I might have to find Barnes and Noble near me and go check them out to see
Yeah.
what other books they have.
There might be one about 2 hours away from me, I think. But we got to go there to go.
NASCAR. Hello, NASCAR.
Hi, NASCAR.
Hey, NASCAR.
Thank you for coming in. No, I forgot what I was going to search. Oh. I can't think right now. I know there used to be one in Schenectady, but oh, I have two, Albany and Saratoga.
I think you
There
probably
you
go
go.
on Barnes and Noble and order. You probably have to pay for shipping though.
Yeah,
And
probably.
Amazon doesn't have anything like that?
I'll check into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it went through, Jesse. I sent you an email. I don't know.
I know on their site right now they have first day of summer flash sale, 15% off your order.
Oh, cool.
With code summer all caps 15, but it expires 6/22.
Check Amazon once real quick. Yep, they have it on 1 to 10, $32.92. Yep, mystery collection box set. I'm gonna add that.
Yeah. And Inferno by Dan Brown. That's like, I could read that book. I read that book in like 2 days, and it's like this thick. That's how good that book is.
Huh.
Amazon, yeah. That's the way, yeah.
Add the cart. There we go.
There you go, Steve.
All set up.
Well, like you say, it's, I remember those books too when I was young. I remember those books.
Yeah.
I think I read every single one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just gotta look around, because sometimes on Amazon, you can buy like the whole series.
Yeah. This was 10
like
books
if there's
and it's
10 books
hardcover.
or whatever.
Yep. was a box set. So it was a hardcover too. So that's pretty reasonable, I think. eBay hits a bunch as well. Okay, I'll check eBay out. Thanks.
Hey, Kettle Kitchen. Tony, what's
Kettle
up?
Kitchen. Yeah.
Yeah, Squirrel's still here hanging in with us. I gotta keep flipping back and forth.
Oh, so you can see the
Hey,
comments.
Yeah, I hate touching the screen, because usually, you know.
How's your grandma doing, Tasha?
My grandma's doing good.
Okay, good.
Kind of drives my mom nuts sometimes, but she's doing good. Well,
Good.
you know, she's getting
Yeah, you
older.
don't have to explain. You don't have to explain.
You know,
Yeah.
they want their independence, but yet
Yeah,
they want you there at all their beck and call too.
yeah. I totally
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah. I got a mom doing that too, Tasha. My mom's doing that with her mom, which is my grandmother's
Yeah.
94. So yeah.
Yeah, my mom would probably yell at me. I can never remember when she was born, but I know she's in her 80s. That's all I know.
My
Yeah.
mom's got dementia. She's on the low end, but I mean, she's, you know, her short-term memory is bad. But
Yeah. Well, my grandma same way, but my grandma lived by herself after my grandfather died, right up until she was 9. Like, she just went into a nursing home this year. This was the first.
wow.
So you know, she did it all on her own in her little apartment.
That's good though.
You know,
Yeah.
she did great. She did great, and like I said, everything's now that she's there. It's kind of like now that she's in the. You know, she was pretty crisp on the outside. You know, she was slow, but she was pretty crisp. But now that she's in the nursing home and I don't know if it's because she's in there or what, but things seem to be slowing down even quicker now, right?
Yeah.
That's
So,
good, Squirrel.
you know.
We'll keep her in our prayers.
Okay.
Yeah,
Squirrel.
for sure, Squirrel.
Yep. He told me that the other night too. Yeah. Prayers for anybody.
Okay, I have to ask, has anybody heard from Brutal Bob?
Nothing yet.
I heard from Nayla the other day, but it was just one of those friendly messages to pass on to Uper what was going on. So
Right.
I contacted Uper and told him what was up. But
I was told. No, I didn't get it from Nala or anybody. I was told not to message much because.
Yeah.
So I haven't been texting much.
But she's texted me twice so far. Nayla has twice.
Good.
So yeah. So and the other one, like I said, I think was yesterday or the day before. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was just like I said. It was just to get a hold of Uper and just tell Uper what was up. I don't think Uper's hasn't been around. He's been pretty busy, right? So
right.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a little bit.
He came in the live. He came in the live the other morning. That's why I was able to tell him. Right, I was able to tell him when he,
done.
He was in there.
But
yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen him since then.
Yeah.
No.
I think I seen him.
So my grand turned 83 this year.
Oh.
Because Mom just said she was born in 1939.
Okay.
I know days. I can never remember years. And then I can't calculate math in my head like I used to.
My grandma was born in 29.
Okay.
My grandma, it's just a story. Her whole family, when my grandma was born, they came down with food poisoning. And my great grandma died when my grandma was like 5 years old, if that. She was just a baby, I know that. I don't know the age, but and she had like 5 sisters, and they took care of her. My grandma was the youngest, I believe, but there was like 3 other people that didn't make it from whatever type of poisoning it was back then. And
Wow.
so, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I haven't heard from Buraka lately.
I haven't seen him anywhere either.
I was supposed to send out a fishing thing that he won, but when we did the sheetrock, I moved it. Well, I don't know if
Right.
I moved it. My stepdad might have moved it. I don't know, but I can't find it.
Yeah.
So I might have to go down and just buy something and send it out to him again.
Yeah, because he hasn't even posted a video for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't seen like a lot of people
Yeah.
lately. My day is going good. How was yours today, Robbie? I know, because I keep going and checking people's channels to see if they've been posting videos, because a lot of times I don't even get the notification even though I have the bells on for like all.
Yeah. I think a lot of people just been kind of just taking it easy right now.
I know that's how it is, Jesse. I couldn't even tell you like half the people's numbers that are in my phone. I used to remember phone numbers like I was a phone book.
I got 2 numbers in my head that I can remember that, well, 3 because my wife's. But other than that, I know my parents' number because it's the same number I had when I lived there, my sister's house number, and then Donna's. Otherwise,
Hey,
yes.
she stole my thunder.
Hey, she stole my thunder. Well, like with my mom, we've had that same phone number since I was a little kid.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I mean, I remember that number, my Gram's number, my kid's dad's number. Just where the heck did he go to now?
He hit the button.
He definitely makes me laugh, I can tell you that much.
So the fishing was kind of probably not exactly the right either for camping, huh?
No, it was so windy.
Yeah.
We had actually Jamie and I and our 2 dogs went out in the rowboat,
Yeah.
and my mom and her boyfriend fished from shore, which my mom caught a little bass.
Okay.
Oh, Shane's got sound issues.
He's having sound issues again. So,
But it was blowing us so quick on the lake, and you can't use motors there.
right.
So
Not even trolling,
I had to
yeah.
keep rowing.
Hmm. Is there crappie in there? Is that it's a lake, not a river, right?
Yeah, it's a small lake. The deepest part of it is 8 feet.
Okay. Do you fish
So
with minnows at all?
typically I just use night crawlers.
Okay. I don't know about night crawlers, but there was one little lake that I was on, and I set the bobber maybe 2.5 feet.
Right.
And now I was using minnows, but we'd go up and then let the wind push us, and it was like trolling, and them crappie were hammering them left and right. It was so
Yeah,
weird.
in there, there's bass and big perch.
Okay,
And then pretty sure just bluegills. There might be pumpkin seed in there too. They
when you
say
say-
there's trout in there, but I've never caught any trout out of there.
yeah. Now, when you say perch, you're talking about long, skinny, green and
Yeah.
orange and
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
called yellow perch
yeah.
up
Okay.
here.
Some
But yeah,
people
they
call
have the
perch
stripe
just-
going this way.
Yeah, I noticed some people call perch just like panfish only,
Yes.
and I'm like, no, perch is a perch.
Well,
So you're-
Skip,
yeah,
you know
we
you
call
can
them-
come up if you want, being you don't hit the wrong button.
We have we call them jumbo perch. The big
Yeah, we
ones.
have those up too.
Okay, I
Um,
caught a 13-incher one time. That's the biggest
Yeah,
one
that's
I've
pretty
ever
big.
caught. Yeah,
yeah, I love perch too.
I let it go though.
I mean, I pretty much will eat just about any type of fish.
Yeah,
I will not eat salmon. I'll eat it raw,
yeah,
but I don't like salmon cooked.
right.
And the same way with tuna.
Well, if I
I'll
would
eat
have
it
caught,
raw, but I don't like it cooked.
yeah, if I would have caught about 10 more before him, he would have been eaten. But
Yeah,
you got lucky.
I just like if I get like a skinny bass where it's legal length, which is 12 inches, but
Yeah.
if it's not big enough to fillet, I just
Yeah.
skin them.
I don't know what they are now, but they used to be 14 in Wisconsin bass.
Yeah, here bass is 12.
Oh,
And
cool.
perch, sunfish, and bullhead can be any length.
Yeah, smoked
And I
salmon.
think the
that's
daily
all.
limit's like 50.
Okay.
And then I think crappie has to be, it's like 9 or 10 inches,
Okay.
which to me that's a pretty big
Yeah.
fish.
Our walleye in Wisconsin have to be 15. I think they have, I don't know all the areas around here,
Right.
but see, we had the Wisconsin River go through our state. So if you were below the dam, most of the time it was the river. It would come into a flowage or depending on where it come. But around here though, I think they got to be 18 inches. So I really need to check the rule book. But I haven't even caught a walleye. I haven't done any night fishing yet, but I really need to.
Jesse, I don't think if you physically smoke a salmon that would taste very good at all. Yeah, my gram, she loves walleye, and so does my mom. But when my grandfather was alive, that's mainly what he fished for was walleye. That was his
Yeah.
and my grand's favorite fish. Now we do have a reservoir. Well, it's called the Cobusco Reservoir, but there's 3 separate ponds. So the
Okay.
one pond has like mostly trout in it,
Yeah.
and then the back big pond is supposed to have walleye in it.
Okay.
But I had to get some walleye lures because most of what I have is just bass and then some
Yeah.
small
Well, I
trout.
like green.
lures.
They do like the color green a lot too. I
Yeah.
like to do that. Okay.
Yeah, I got to get a couple.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's one thing that I didn't put in my tackle because I have a huge tackle box.
Yeah. Pink. They like pink sometimes, depending too. What I do in Wisconsin now, it's always different. Now they have a minnow that's called a walleye fathead. I haven't
Yeah.
found them around here, but I'll take a Phelps floater or something and put the minnow on, and I'll put a whatever, depending on if it's windy or where I'm fishing, put a sinker about a foot and a half at the most, and then that'll float,
Yeah,
and then wait for them. Yeah, and watch that tip. That's
yeah,
how I do with swordfish. I never jigged them.
yeah. I don't jig,
Yeah,
and I've never really caught anything on a lure.
yeah,
Besides, I have a small minnow like this big for trout.
yep,
I have caught trout on that. Now my son, I can take him to the lake and he can throw these bass lures and boom, reel in the bass. And it's like, okay, I'm just gonna throw my worm out and wait and see what happens.
yeah,
I just don't have luck with them. I don't know
yeah.
why. Now I have him in my tackle box, but
Yeah.
if he's with me, I just say here.
Now I call them rapalas. Some people call them rapala, but I
Right.
call them rapalas. But I'll take a shallow, floating rapala, and I'll put not the smallest sinker, but a sinker about a foot ahead of that. So when you reel it, it only goes down a little bit. And I've caught a lot of northern off of that. But
Yeah. I don't remember if my grandpa used to troll for walleye. You
yeah,
see, most of the time when I go to the lake, I don't have a motor,
right, right.
so I just roll myself everywhere.
Yep, yep. Trolling is good for walleye, though. I wouldn't doubt he probably did it. If he was a fisherman, a good one, he probably trolled.
Yeah, my
So-
mom would be able to tell, but
Yeah.
I don't know if she's still in here or not.
Yeah, he probably did if he's a fisher. You know, someone who fished a lot.
And the main reason why I don't really use a motor is because if I don't use a motor, then I don't have to register my boat.
Yeah, right. I'll tell you a
And-
story. It was Memorial Day weekend, I believe. I don't think it was the 4th of July. But we were camping by the riverside where it went back out, or a creek part, and I had to go around this peninsula. And I had
Yeah.
a trolling motor, and I brought my buddy. Well, he was a friend. He was a little slow. He didn't really have many friends, and I thought I'm gonna take him out, but he was like 400 some pounds. Well, we got around this. We got on the other side, which was fine, but there was so many boats in the lake. It was so choppy and everything, and the trolling motor died, and I had to pretty much walk all the way back around when we came back, and I was crisp as a lobster, man. I had my
Oh, I
shirt
bet.
off. Oh, it was bad. I could probably find that picture somewhere. Show you sometime. Yeah, you got to be careful with them trolling motors.
Mom said they use night crawlers with green or yellow spinners with a sinker on the bottom. So the worm is a foot off the bottom. We trolled or just drifted.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
But yeah, I try to stay off the like huge lakes, but
Yeah.
my son wants to try to get a lake trout.
Okay.
Now, the one lake that I know there's good lake trout in there. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
pretty big lake. So I'd probably have to borrow my mom's boyfriend's boat
Yeah.
and try to get one of our motors going. Because we have two
Right.
boat motors, just gonna have to make a barrel to try to start
Yeah.
them in.
Yeah.
See, I mean, I used to fix the outboard motors with my grandfather,
Oh, cool.
but I mean, it's been a
Tuber
Hi,
chat.
Tuber Chat.
Yeah. That's a new one.
But yeah, I grew up on the water because we had a camp,
Yeah.
and my grandparents had a camp at the same camper place. And my grandpa had a nice pontoon boat. And to me, I mean, granted, yeah, bass boats are nice and all that stuff, but I think pontoon boats, yeah, I want to take them to Glimmer Glass, man. But to me, you get so much more room fishing.
Yes. And if you got the good one, depending
Hi,
on
Chasing Tail.
Chasing Tails, you know, you can put the top up.
Yep.
You can cook on it.
Yeah, some of them, they have the screens where you have the roof and you can fully enclose it, so it
Yeah.
almost makes it into like a houseboat.
Yeah. Yeah. I love a pontoon, but mine would have to stay on a lake, and because right now, well, it wouldn't be too bad. I mean, I still have to drive about 40 to 50 miles every time I'm thinking about just getting a shallow dive, 12-foot boat, aluminum boat. So,
Yes, it is Gray Wolf, but that is definitely need a motor for that lake because Indian Lake is huge.
oh,
Indian Lake goes from just outside of Speculator, which is like an hour and a half from me, and then it goes, I don't even know how many miles it is from there up to like the town of Indian Lake, and it goes from there all the way down. Like you can see the lake as you're going all the way.
yeah. Check Connect to Grow. I have a new Jam It Up June video dropping tomorrow morning at 5 a.m.
But Glimmerglass is actually at Seagull Lake. But the reason they call it Glimmerglass is because it actually looks like blue glass
Okay.
when it's calm,
Yeah.
and it gives it, when the sun hits it, it's like that aqua blue color.
Okay.
And that's the only lake in New York State that does that.
Really?
That's why we named it Glimmerglass.
Okay.
But
That's
it
cool.
is one of my favorite lakes.
Yeah.
But there I don't typically go too far. I come into launch and I go around where people have their boat docks.
Yeah.
And I go around and come up this side up to the lighthouse. You can nail bass from there all the way up to that lighthouse.
Heck yeah.
And then sunfish that are bigger than your hand.
Yeah.
And good evening, Judy May. How are you doing?
Hey, Judy May.
But yeah, that lake, I caught a lake trout out of there. And it was about an inch over legal. I don't remember if we ate it or not, but I was only probably like 12, 10, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
But they're deep.
Yeah.
And my son, he has a couple ocean rigs, like the deep. So I told him we'll have to take him out on Glimmerglass out to where it's deep and cold to try to get him a lake trout. Or hey, I'd be happy with any type of big fish, muskie.
Yeah.
Like,
I know I caught one for sure. I think I caught a small muskie. Well, make that 3. Because I did catch it. We think it was a hybrid muskie. Cross between like a northern and a muskie.
yeah.
It was weird.
Our mom said it's a glacier-made lake, so that's probably why it's that color.
Yeah, heck yeah.
But it was a hybrid. It was a cross. You said
What's that?
the fish. You said it
Yeah.
was a cross between the two.
Yeah.
Had to be
That one
pretty
was-
good sized fish.
Yeah. It was about 38. It was funny too because my stepbrothers were with me. I was at my great uncle's place, and it was weird though, because I had this little pink rubber. I mean, it wasn't even an inch long, maybe an inch. It was more for like panfish.
Yeah.
But they're sitting in there and they had their hands in the water, and I said I wouldn't do that. Why? I said because the muskie, because this lake is pretty famous for muskies. I said a muskie's gonna come up and get one of your fingers. Oh, there ain't fish in here that big. All right, and not even about 2 minutes, I caught that one, and they're like, "Oop!" They didn't stick their hands in that water anymore.
Well, no, not as soon as you see the amount of teeth and how big they are in their mouth.
Yeah, you're right. Right. There's stories where people said they've had their toes dangling off the dock and been bit
Right.
from muskies and stuff.
The way their teeth are, that would almost be just as bad as being bit by a gator.
Yep. Yep.
Because those teeth are razor sharp.
Yep.
Same with
Yep.
walleye.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, I would love to catch a huge northern pike or
Yeah.
tiger muskie.
Yep.
But I think one's got to be like 40 inches.
Yeah.
And the other one, I want to say like 40. I know one's
Yeah.
like 40 something.
Well, I remember in the
40 and
80s,
42 or something.
you know, where I usually fished walleye quite a bit. In the 80s, they would just it made me sick. They just take the northern and they throw them over shore because there were so many of them.
Wow.
You know, but
That
I
could
wish
have
they
fed a lot of people.
yeah, donate them at least. You know. Yeah.
Up here, I mean, you can, like, if you hit a deer with the car and stuff, and you call the state trooper, the sheriff, you know, they'll come up and, good night, Rebecca. Thank you again for coming in. You want to call the cops regardless of what damage the deer did, because
Right,
they'll come
right.
out and give you a permit,
Yeah.
so that way you can take it home or whatever. But you can
Yeah.
also donate it,
Right.
and all the deer that's donated, they get it processed, and they actually do food drives
Cool.
for like senior citizens, really low income people,
Yeah.
and they do donate it. So I mean, if I ever, you know, needed to donate
That's cool, Jesse.
deer or something like that, I would definitely
Yeah.
donate it.
Yep. Yep.
Hopefully this hunting season we can get some deer.
Yeah, I'm hoping I'm gonna get me one of those food savers or just wax paper. I'm gonna have to cut my problem is it could be 50 degrees out when we're hunting, and I just don't like. I'm too worried that I'm gonna cut it up too late, or not get it done in time, and it's gonna spoil.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I'm afraid of. Now, if it like Wisconsin, I never did either. I always took them in, but shoot, years ago, I mean, you could hang them for a week until you took them in. You know.
Yeah,
That
when I was
years
growing up, my dad would let them hang
Yeah.
till like the outside skin turned black almost,
Yep. Yep.
and then you just shave that off,
Yep.
and the underneath, it don't matter which part of the deer, but it was so tender, like you just meat tenderized it,
Right.
with the meat tenderizer.
Yeah. I've watched a lot of other people. I mean, my brother-in-law, he's cut them up for. I've given him some, and then he'll cut it up, and I'll give him what he wants, and because I mainly make beef jerky or sausage is what I did, but I was the only one that, besides him, but out of a lot of people, a lot of people just didn't eat venison.
Well, I think I did myself last year because I bought a freezer.
Yeah,
And I'm like, oh, we need a bigger freezer. So if we get deer, we have somewhere to put it because I cut it up.
yeah.
So got the freezer, didn't get any deer. But mom got I think it was half a cow.
Yeah,
And that filled that freezer right up from the bottom all the way to the top.
cool.
I didn't know walleye were a member of the perch family.
Yep, that I did know. I didn't know about the panfish between the crappie and the.
No,
but
me.
I did know about the perch though. Yep.
Wow, 36 inches and weigh over 20 pounds. I don't think I'd eat one if I caught one that big. It'd be mounted on the wall.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know like what the biggest one my grandfather ever caught was.
18 would be the biggest I would probably eat, and that's what I caught. But I threw it back at that time.
Yeah, I don't know how often back like Sacandaga is the closest lake to us. Well, that and Glimmerglass are like the two closest lakes to us.
Yeah.
But I don't know how often they actually stock them. I know like all our streams and stuff up north, those are stocked. But you do catch a lot of native trout up here, which you can always tell the difference between native and stocked. Because like our stocked ones, they have like white meat.
Okay.
Because they're all like basically grain fed.
Yep.
And then the natives, they all have like a pinkish color.
Yeah.
Not quite as pink as a salmon, but they have that pinkish color to them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And when we went earlier in the year to Basswood Pond and we caught all them trout, they were all native.
Yep. That's when I always go fishing at night for walleye.
Yeah, 28 inches. That was the biggest walleye Grandpa caught.
Hey.
That's pretty big. And like I said, freshwater fish, I pretty much eat any of them.
Oh wow, there you go. Walleye aren't colorblind, but are known to only see the colors red and green.
Well, that's probably why they use those colored lures a lot.
Yeah.
Hi, Mike.
Hey,
Thank
Mike's
you for
fishing
coming
boat.
in. Enjoy hanging out with your lady and hope that you both have a great night.
Big Matt.
Hey, Big Matt. Welcome in. Yeah, I was in watching Mike's live yesterday. Either yesterday or the day before. Yeah, their meat is definitely good. I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I do like walleye. Just bass is my personal favorite. I don't know
Love to try
why.
to keep more bass. Yeah.
My dad taught me how to fillet, but if
Yeah.
they aren't like a big bass, I'm not even wasting my time
Yeah.
filleting
Right.
because
Right.
by the time you're done, if they're not big, you're gonna end up with two little teeny tiny strips.
Yeah.
Where if I skin it, I'm not losing any meat.
Yeah.
I have never ate any freshwater cheeks. Judy
haven't
May said
either,
you
but-
cut the cheeks out of a walleye, it's like the
Yeah.
flat.
Yeah. They're right on there.
Yeah.
I think I did it one time, but
Jesse, I wish I knew as much fish facts as you do right now. And one thing on my bucket list is to go out on the ocean and go fishing. But
there you go.
the only problem with that is I get motion sickness.
Yeah.
It don't matter whether I'm in the car, driving the car, passenger in the car. It don't matter. I get motion sickness. So,
Really.
but I've been in the ocean like to go walking in it and swimming in it. But
Yeah.
and I know a lot of people say, well, you can go fishing on the pier.
Yeah.
But I kind of just want to go out
Right.
on the ocean.
Right.
I guess I'd have to take a bottle of Dramamine
Yeah.
before I go out. I'm gonna have to buy a fish book so I can read all the stuff that Jesse was talking about. Yes, we do, Shane. Hey, Cut.
The only thing really on my bucket list is eventually to go bear hunting. I don't know if it'll be done, but I'd even donate a lot of the meat too. But
My grandfather used to hunt bear,
yeah.
and we never used to have a bear season down here because we're considered the southern zone.
Okay.
So if you wanted to hunt bear, you had to go to the northern zone, which is like the Adirondacks.
Gotcha.
But
Yeah, we had
now,
our first. Go ahead.
well, now we have bear season down here because
Oh.
they drove so many out from up north with
Yeah.
cutting trees and stuff.
Yeah. We didn't have any in our zone, but yeah, Missouri was the first year last year to go. I think they're having it this year again, but I don't know what the zones are.
The oldest known largemouth was 23 years old and lived in New York.
Cool.
I guess that one knew enough not to go biting on hooks if he lived that long.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think my biological dad used to go fishing on the,
Johnny Small
I think, Cape Cod or something. Hi, Johnny Small Pepper. Thanks for coming in. Wow. 4,000 eggs per pound of her body weight.
Yeah. Just think with salmon and do.
Hey, Ryan. How are you doing?
Ryan.
I think it's my sound that's echoing right now.
I don't hear nothing on my end.
Well, I just want to make sure that, all right, I had to make sure that the echo part was off.
Yeah.
I just hear it once in a while, like it'll come through, like, I don't know if it's back feeding in my speakers,
Right.
but I hear it every once in a while.
I used to have that quite a bit on mine too. It's gotten a lot better.
Wow. How Gloucester, my dad went. I'm pretty sure he got seasick, if I remember correctly. But I was a little kid, so it's kind of hard to remember all the fishing stories. Excuse me.
Cool. Oh,
Yeah, but I highly doubt that New York City people know too much about upstate. Of course, there
Yeah.
are more New York City people coming up and buying property up here. But I don't know how often they fish. I have a friend of mine that's from Long Island. And he couldn't believe that we go camping where they're like it's primitive camping.
yeah.
He's like, well, that's not for me. And I'm like, well, not to sound like a jerk, but I guarantee that it's not for most city people.
Right. Right.
I mean, that's just how I grew up.
Yep.
So it don't bother me. Because where we went camping this weekend, it's primitive. Like it's basically, leave no trace. So like you take everything with and make your own, dig a hole. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
But I mean, there you don't need to pay for it. Unless you're going to be there over 3 days, then DEC will come in and you either got to buy a permit for how many days after that you're going to be there.
Yeah.
But like the other campgrounds are anywhere from $20 to $35 per night.
Right. Yeah.
So I mean that gets expensive if you
Yes.
want to go like 3-4 days.
And that's without electricity too, right?
It depends.
Oh,
Like if you're using a tent, then typically there's not
okay.
electricity, but there is water, there is
Yeah.
bathrooms and
I
showers.
haven't went camping like that in a long time, so I don't even know what the prices are around here or even Wisconsin. I know they went up. I remember when you could go for like 15 with electricity.
Yeah.
That was in the 80s,
Yeah, I don't remember how much it was when I was a kid, which was in the 80s.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we used to go all the time. That's all I remember. Like, hi, Alexis.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna check
Yep.
to see if Miss Donald's up.
Okay. Everything's well here. How are you doing? Jesse, how do you remember all this information? Because even before my phone, I remember maybe a quarter of what I learned in school. Welcome back, NASCAR. I figured you'd already been sleeping. Well, you can send 103 degrees over here. My mom might not want it, but I'll take it. I mean, today's high was only 63, and it's going to be 56 tonight. So I would like a couple 103 days. Maybe not to go camping in, but what'd you make for breakfast, NASCAR? Yeah, breakfast food sounds pretty good right now. Thank you, Lexus. Just bacon. I know I got quite a ways for a community page, but all right, Jesse. Thanks for dropping links and sharing all the fishing information. I really appreciate it. Hope you have a great night, and I imagine we'll catch you in the morning. Does anybody have any exciting plans for this week or this coming weekend? Judy May, I'll take that too. Y'all can just send all the heat up here to upstate New York. Because I'm ready for some 90-degree weather. Hi, Crazy Hillbilly. Welcome in.
All right, I'm back.
Well, welcome back. Miss Donna, okay?
Yep. Grab me some M&Ms too. I should have, but
Hey, there's nothing wrong with having a little chocolate here and there.
yep.
Or a good piece of fried chicken if that's what you want.
Yep.
Judy May, I know. The liver and onions sounded really good.
Yep.
I don't know why. When I was growing up, I had to eat everything my dad did. Okay? Didn't matter whether it's pickled eggs, pickled sausage, liver, whatever. Now, liver wasn't my favorite thing. So I'd always I'd sneak some of it in the garbage and then go ask for more. Because I wanted to eat everything like my dad did. But now, every so often, my body just craves liver.
Yep. Now, have you had Braunschweiger?
Brown Swagger, yes, I've had that
Yeah.
before.
Yeah, I like that.
And my stepdad, he liked that, I want to say it was deviled ham. It was in just this little round pan.
Oh,
And he liked the brown swagger too. Now I'll eat it, but it's not like one of my favorite things.
yeah.
Hi
I like it.
Neswag, thank you for coming in.
I like it with mayo.
I mean, I'm game to try it again, but thank you, Neswag. But yeah, I mean, some of the stuff my dad ate when I was growing up, I still eat. But like
Yeah.
liver, I crave it like at least twice a year.
Yeah. When I think about it, I crave it.
Have a great night, Johnny.
See ya, Johnny.
Now, see, I don't mind beef liver, but I'm not quite sure how I feel about venison liver.
Yeah. I never had venison liver, but I had venison heart.
Yeah, that's good if it's cooked right.
Yeah.
My mom cooks it good.
Yep.
I normally cut it up and clean it and stuff like that. But I'm hoping to at least get if I get the doe permit, to at least get a doe permit or a nice. I've never shot like a big buck.
Yeah. I first shot my first buck last year. It's just a small one.
Yeah, the first one I got, which was the only deer that was killed with my Grams 44, was just a button buck.
Yeah, I've shot.
And at first I thought I missed it. And we're walking, and Jamie's like, "What's that?" And then I look over, and you see this big trail. And you're very welcome, Judy May. I've been trying to get through and try to at least watch one video from everybody, but I don't even know how many people I'm subbed to, but it's hard to get through them all in one day.
Yep. Yeah, I don't eat chicken liver either, but
See, I like that. I like the chicken livers, hearts, and gizzards.
Yep.
They're good breaded and deep fried.
I mean, maybe I've had it, but
Oh, I forgot what Shane said.
cow tongue.
Got a play to go to with Mom and Crystal Saturday night, Sunday relaxing. Well, that sounds like a fun time. Been a long time since I've seen a play. I'm doing good here, Lexus.
I'm getting there.
You'll get back. You'll get
Yeah.
back to yourself. Sometimes it just takes time.
Yeah.
Same with me. I try not to think about it, but sometimes it's kind of hard.
Yeah.
Hi, sis. Thank you for coming in.
So when you go to get your deer kegs, you don't get a doe and a buck?
Here you want to make sure that you get to Walmart like August, September, as soon as you can get put in for your
Yeah.
doe permit.
Okay,
If you don't get a dope, like you have to put in your areas
okay,
because every area is broke down in letters
okay.
and count like areas.
And
So like
Kevin
I put in
Fisher's.
for 2 areas that are
Yeah,
close to me where we go hunting. And if you don't get it, then they give you a preference point.
okay,
So then the next year, they automatically give you a dope permit for the area, or the areas that you put in.
okay,
Now sometimes you can get 2 preference points, and then you get 2 dope permits the following year.
all right. Yeah,
But I
here
don't remember if I got one last year or not. Hi, Kevin. Thank you for coming in.
you get a doe and a buck tag, and then it's $6 more for each doe tag you want to buy.
Yeah,
6 or
here, New York, it's kind of like a raffle, basically.
Okay,
You put in whatever number county you want,
not much,
and then they
Kevin.
tell you yes or no. But if you wait too long and try to get it right before season, then pretty much you're not likely to get
Yeah,
one for that time.
okay,
So it makes it a lot harder. So you want to go as soon as
right,
like they come out with the doe tags, which is normally I think from end of August, September.
okay,
But here you get when you get your hunting license, you have your tag for the buck, and you also get a bear.
oh wow.
But if
Now
you
that
want,
would be right up my alley.
yeah, but if you want like say turkey or goose or stuff like that, then you have to pay extra for those.
Yeah, same here. I don't know. Yeah, I think same with turkey. I've been thinking about just getting a small game license and going back and sitting in the stand, even get a coyote or whatever.
Yeah, here I'm definitely gonna get my small game. So you used to just be able to buy a sportsman license,
Yeah,
which would include your big game, your small game, and your fishing license.
right.
And then you would just buy like your extra tags, like if you're bow hunting.
Yep.
That one you have to have a separate training
Safety
course to go. Yeah, safety
Okay.
course to go through.
Really?
Yeah, and you have to take like your hunter safety includes like using a shotgun, a rifle.
I
You
think
know,
in
they teach you about
Wisconsin,
black powder.
anybody born before 74, you didn't have to take hunter safety course or anything. And then in Missouri, I think it was 60 something, 1960 something, 64 or something. Anybody before 64 didn't have to take a hunter safety.
Right.
Anybody after, you have to.
Hi, Travelers Support, Nuts 21. Thank you for coming in.
I took mine in Wisconsin anyways because it's one way of getting your concealed carrying permit in Wisconsin. You either got to have the hunter safety course or you got to take the course, which I did both anyways.
I'm not sure how that works up here. I know you have to fill out like an application and a couple other things and a different background check.
I think you're a lot luckier though. It's a lot easier to do things than it is in New York City though. That don't affect you like theirs. Is that that's just the city. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's still not easy for upstate.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean my mom knows more about it, but
Yeah,
and her boyfriend. I don't know. I know you got to fill out an application, and
that's
if
how it is here too. You take your
if you have
course.
like any type of mental illness or
Yeah, yeah,
certain health conditions, um, and a couple other things, then I'm pretty sure that
yeah.
you can't get a
Right.
handgun
Now,
permit.
here you take it. Yeah, you go to the sheriff's office. Now I heard they're not allowed to ask you questions though. So if you pass the concealed carrying permit or the class, it's up to them if they want to give you one or not. But they're not supposed to really ask you any questions.
Well, New York wants to know everything. They
Yep.
want to know your ancestors' name from like 100 years ago. Thank you, Shan Pro 21, for coming in, and thank you for your support. Says I'm up to 151 now.
Cool.
Yeah, which is cool. I was wondering when I was going to get to at least 150. I mean, I don't pay attention too much to the numbers. I mean,
I
I do
don't
once in a
either.
while, but when you see them go up, then, you know, it makes you feel better. And I know
Yes.
since I've done a couple lives, then that also helps.
You do hear Judy May. She says if you hunt your own land, you still have to have purchase tags. The only
Yes.
way we don't need tags is if something is harassing you or your animals for protection. Meaning a dog, coyote, raccoon. If it's being a nuisance, then I can hunt it. Well, shoot it. It's not really hunting.
Yeah, here, like, for the beavers, you have to get a nuisance permit from DEC.
Okay.
That's the only way that you can technically bypass the trapping safety course part of it. But there are rules that you have to go by. Like, you can't trap on the hook. You can't do this and you can't do that. Like, you can trap on a slide.
Oh yeah.
But it's got to be like you can't do a slide like if it's right by.
I just want a dry land trap. I want to do that, but you got to take the course for it. And I think the closest one I always see is always an hour away, and I just haven't had the to get up and do it yet.
Yeah, I know it's some things with the whole COVID thing. Like a lot of this stuff now,
Yeah.
you can do like the online part, which would be like you're reading and answering questions and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how it would be like the training part of it.
Yeah. I think most of it is in case you catch something you don't have, you got to learn how to release it. You got to learn to make sure, you got to know your species. If you get what's legal, what's not. Now, what's your state animal in New York?
Welcome in, City of Love, and thank you, Judy, mate. You had to ask me that question, right?
I don't know what it is in Missouri either. Wisconsin is the Wisconsin Badger. That's all I know. I
can never remember any of that stuff.
No big deal because I don't either in Missouri. I just wondering if you knew. Now the state fish is the muskie in Wisconsin, but you can keep it. But you can't hunt badgers.
Oh, the New York State bird is the eastern bluebird.
Okay, I think that the bluebird is Missouri too. A regular bluebird. Let me see Missouri here.
I don't know if you can see it with the glare, but it's like it's blue on the top, and then it's got like a reddish brown here.
Yep, that sounds like about
its
ours.
Belly is white.
Yeah, that sounds like ours a little bit.
But there's so many, like all the different states, it's hard to um remember all of them.
Okay.
Thank you,
let me
City of
see.
Love.
The mule is the state animal of Missouri.
The mule.
Yeah, I'll check out New York.
Well, they should
here.
have a state bird.
Yeah, I'll check that in a minute. I'm gonna check New York, what your state animal is. The beaver.
Yeah, that would be the yeah.
See, I always thought the cardinal was of Missouri because we have so many of them, but we don't.
Now, according to DC, by the action of state legislators, the bluebird, beaver, brook trout, sugar maple, rose, nine-spotted lady beetle,
What
they're
is your
all like
state bird?
the bluebird.
Eastern bluebird?
Yeah, I think that's what it said. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what you said. That's exactly ours. Yep. Same
Thank
as
you,
ours.
Tanae, and thank you. I'm not even sure how to say your name, but thank you very much.
BU, I support.
I support Nets 21.
Yeah, yeah. BU, I support.
BU, yeah. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. My little dog needs to go out and go to the bathroom.
Okay, sound good.
All right. I'll be right back.
Love, hello. I'm going to try to go back through some of these chats for people here. NASCAR says, I'm making a city and I'm going to make a barn for you with a tractor. Judy May says, Tasha, I shared you out. Tina, Y, and Ben Max, thumbs up. Lance McGee, Hawaiian Fisherman's watching. So we've been talking about hunting, fishing, different areas. Anybody else hunt or fish in here? Or what's you guys' state animal or state bird where you're from? If you guys know, just type out what state you're from and what bird or animal maybe you have. Wisconsin bird is the robin, I know that. It's illegal to shoot them, well, almost any bird. Any songbird in Wisconsin is illegal to shoot. I think in Missouri too. The only thing you can shoot in
Hi, Lance.
The cardinal is the state bird for Ohio. Okay.
Oh, my dad caught cod and skate in
I
Gloucester.
don't know what skate is.
I'm not sure what skate is either, but you know what? We'll Google it.
All right. Sound like a plan.
Jesse's not here anymore to tell us what it is. Oh, all right. A skate.
State bird in Las Vegas, Nevada is mountain bluebird.
Oh,
Yep.
those are pretty. Oh, mom says, yeah, state animal is a beaver.
Yep.
But a skate kind of looks like a stingray.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, have you seen what halibut looks like?
Yeah, I think so.
They're flat, like they got one eye on, like one side
Oh,
black.
yeah.
Yeah. Does
Hi,
it look like a
Sixer. Thank you
halibut?
for coming in. I think I've ate it before.
It's supposed to be really good.
Now I do like
Alaskan
fly
halibut.
too.
The
The
bluebird and
bluebird.
the state flower is the lilac. I think, I'm not sure, Wisconsin flower is the trillium, I think they call it. It comes out in the spring. I could be wrong though.
I love lilacs. I actually planted 4 of them in our front yard.
Yeah, I love lilac trees.
Hi, Chef. Thanks for coming in.
My grandma used to
Have a
have
great
all the
night.
lilac trees, but they were a pain in the butt to mow, so she cut them down around them. Yes, I did, Judy May. Thank you. I didn't do much, but if I had the gas and the money, I would have went to a Cardinals game or a baseball game somewhere probably. Excuse me. Excuse me. Burp, then I got the hiccup.
Nevada State prefers the big sagebrush. Excuse me.
Big Sager brush.
They're still looking at this state.
Now, do you guys have like those nutrients out there by you, Tasha? Probably gets too cold, maybe, huh?
No, the closest thing we have to a nutria would be a muskrat,
Okay.
but they're
Yep, same
a
in
lot
Wisconsin.
smaller.
Yeah. Yep. I had a neighbor, not a neighbor guy, but I call him a neighbor. He lived about a mile away, but he trapped a lot of them and he'd skin them. And
Yeah, it says skates are different than rays, but that's what it looks like, except they don't look like they have the big barb on the end of their tail.
okay, I'll look it up once. I got skatefish recipe. Oh yeah, they do look like yeah, they look
Yeah, I
more like
just
a
think
ray.
the part of their tail is like more rounded.
Yeah,
Like they're not like they don't look like barbs. They're just like
right.
a rounded thing.
Yeah,
Now shark is good eating too.
that's what I've heard. Arizona bird, cows, cactus, wren.
Oh, those are pretty too. I love all birds except the turkey vulture.
Yeah,
Not a not a huge fan of those.
no. I could have shot one last year. I would, but when I shot my buck, he was after the gut pile. But then when I was sitting in my stand, he flew right above me, and I thought, boy, you're lucky. I don't know if they're illegal to shoot. That's why I
Yeah,
didn't shoot
that
them.
I don't know either. Like a lot of people didn't know that turkeys roost in trees.
Yeah, yeah. At night, yep.
Yep.
That's how you look for them. When you find out where they roost, then you can get. You want to try to sneak in there in the morning to get them.
Yeah.
Yep. Do a crow call or anything and they'll answer, and then you'll find out where they roost. I've never turkey hunted, but
We've actually had a lot more turkeys this spring
yeah,
because not last year, the year before, I got turkey permit so I could get, a fall turkey and a spring turkey.
now do you have
But then I never
rattlesnakes out
saw
there?
any. Huh?
Do you have rattlesnakes out there by you?
We have rattlesnakes, but I've
They're
never
not.
seen them
Yeah.
down here where I am, but up in the sand flats,
Yeah,
which is like 20 minutes from me.
They're in
Um,
Wisconsin too, but I've never came across one. Now they said that the DNR planted some to get rid of some of the turkey eggs too,
yeah,
but I don't know if that's true or not. That's why I was wondering if you had rattlesnakes, if you knew.
they actually found a rattlesnake. And I mean, it was a cool looking rattlesnake. I've never seen one with like that
Yeah,
kind of
the
pattern.
Yeah,
And I want to say that it was like Albany or Troy or something like that. And luckily they didn't kill it. They actually called somebody to come in and take it to another
Yeah.
place.
yeah,
But I mean, when you get like a lot of times they're cutting like international paper, for example. They'll go in, they buy property, they go in and log it.
yeah,
Now, part of the time, they end up selling it to New York State.
okay,
Like, New York State owns more land, I'm pretty sure, than any other state in the country.
yeah, I believe it. Yeah, we gotta blame Shane for all them nasty goose that come down and mess up our sidewalks.
Well, goose is good eating too.
Yep,
Canada does not have a designated state flower. Shane, you better go change that. It's too cold for flowers, he says. Well, then you have to start a big greenhouse and make your own
yep.
flower. I'm gonna have to get some books and start reading, I think.
Me too. I don't mind reading like up on wildlife and different things like that. Learn forage, I want to learn my trees more too.
I used to know him back when I was with my kid's father, because we
Yeah,
owned a logging company.
trees,
So,
mushrooms,
yeah,
and birds is what I want to really, and some uh, bushcraft.
yes.
There's a famous bushcraft book out there. I just never got it. I can't think of the name of it, but it's by a certain guy.
Now, I actually carved a bow drill,
Cool.
but I have not put the string on it, and I haven't tried it yet.
Judy's really getting into it now. The whole Ohio State drink is the canned tomato juice.
I prefer V8.
Yeah. I used to drink a lot of V8, but now it's been real salty to me. And the unsalted kind is kind of blah to me.
It's not bad if you can find it in the bottle, but if it's
Yeah.
the low sodium tomato juice in the can,
Okay.
it almost has like a metallic taste to it to me.
The state drink is milk for New York.
Well, I can understand that because back, 80s and earlier than that, New York State
Yep.
used to have a lot of dairy farms.
Yeah.
But because New York State has been paying them almost the same price for milk for the past 50 years,
Yeah.
that's why a lot of
Well, today's
farmers had to sold
the
out.
longest day of the year. Oh crap! Days are going to get shorter.
Yeah, Judy, our weather's about the same here.
It is the 21st, ain't it? Yep. I used to know that. I haven't really paid attention to it much. The Molda Aldermac books are kind of interesting to read too.
Yeah.
Another
Yeah,
good
I
book.
have one from a couple years ago.
Yeah. I can't think of the book. The books. They come in once a month. They mail them to you. I don't even know if they still make them anymore. But that's where actually the story came from, out of the Curse of Oak Island, with the people that are on the island. But I can't think of, it's a little, I call it a book. I don't know, it's like a magazine, but it's more like a book. What
Those
the heck
little
was it?
square ones.
Yeah. Oh, what were
I
they
know what you're
called?
talking about, but I don't remember what they called them.
Yeah. Somebody knows in here. Judy May probably knows. Come on, Judy May.
Or Mom, if she's still awake.
Oh, yeah. What in the heck were they called? But they
Yeah,
used to have,
because they used to have a lot of different information on them.
yeah. Yep. They had all kinds of cool stuff in them.
And see, up here, the weather has changed so much. I mean, snow back in the 80s,
Yeah.
we'd have snowbanks from the plow, you know, up to the lines.
Yep.
And my mom has one picture from when we lived here. The snowbanks were above the telephone lines.
Yep.
We
Yep.
don't, for the most part, we don't get winters like that anymore.
Right. Same with
But
Wisconsin.
every year is different.
Used to, by Thanksgiving, is usually the hunting always started the Saturday before Thanksgiving in Wisconsin. You'd
Yeah.
have about 2 feet of snow. The rivers and the creeks were froze, and now you're lucky to be able to cross a creek or a river sometimes. You know.
Yeah, well, that's the thing here too. I mean, back when I first got my big game license, I was 16.
Yeah.
Back then, we'd have snow on the ground for hunting.
Right.
And past
Yep.
couple years, we haven't had any.
Yeah. Yeah. I
And
seen
when
that
everything's
today.
brown and
Yeah.
gray, our deer get like a dark gray almost with like brown
Right.
mixed in it.
Right.
So, I mean, if you don't have any snow, it's hard to, like, they could almost walk right by you depending
I
on where
think
you're
it was
sitting.
like in 2002 hunting season. It was like 80 degrees out. Just wore a t-shirt.
Yep.
Yeah, I seen that flooding going on, Judy May, at Yellowstone.
But it's just crazy how much
Yeah.
the weather and everything has changed, like, since the 80s and going back.
Yeah. Yep.
So, I mean, winters were a lot harder back then. Trapping
Yep.
was definitely better because we had more ice to where you could go out and trap for beavers and muskrat and stuff like that. But now they don't move
Yeah.
as much when it's not as cold.
Right. Right.
I mean, I used to go with my stepdad and do his trout line with him, and we would
Even
get
the deer.
muskrats all the time.
Yep. Yeah, even the deer won't move if it's too hot out. They'll just lay down.
Yeah, and it's hard if you don't have like somebody driving them.
Right.
If it's warm, they're not going to come out.
Right.
And if they do, it's kind of like a fluke thing. Like, okay, you see it, do I shoot it or not? Because
Right.
I don't want to shoot some little baby, I guess.
Right.
I mean, the button buck was kind of just a fluke thing. Like, I didn't even know it was a buck at first until I walked,
Yeah.
because when I looked through the scope, I mean, it just looked like a doe, which I had
Yeah.
a doe permit.
Yeah.
And with button buck, if the buck's horns are not taller than, I want to say like 3 inches,
Yep.
you have
That's
to
how
put
it
them on
is.
your doe permit.
Yep. Yep.
Which
That's
it
how
kind
it
of
is here.
stinks if you only have one doe permit.
Yeah.
And then you're stuck with
Exactly.
your buck because,
Yep.
and I mean, last year we did not have a lot of deer on our property, and we have almost 50 acres.
Yeah.
We just didn't have any. Now, my brother, he normally gets a deer or two every year. He didn't get any. We didn't get any.
And if the winters aren't that hard, they're not really, who knows where they'll go to, you know, if someone's feeding them or what, you know what I mean?
Yeah, here baiting is illegal.
Yeah. Now you can bait here, but you gotta have it gone by a certain date.
Yeah. But here, like these, like I'm subscribed to DEC because they come out with different things like every year. Plus, it keeps you updated on what's going on, like on this mountain or that mountain, or if a
Okay.
hiking trail's closed.
Cool.
They say not to feed the animals. Well,
Yeah.
last summer we had so much rain and wind that we didn't have hardly any acorns. We didn't have hardly any hickory nuts
Yeah.
last year. So most of the game was basically starving.
Right.
Like instead of eating nuts, they had to start eating saplings earlier.
Right.
A deer, if you get one that has already been eating hemlock, you can't eat the meat. It tastes like trees.
Yeah.
You just can't. I mean, the smell is so bad.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
even if you cook it and season it and marinate it, it doesn't
Yeah.
go away. It's like you're eating
Yeah.
a pine tree.
Yep.
But last year we just didn't have any food.
Yep.
So even though the squirrels empty my bird feeders, I would still fill them
Yeah.
because they didn't have anything to eat.
Right.
And granted, yes, squirrels are just as nuisance as a beaver because they eat all your birds' feed and stuff like that. But I told Mom, don't worry about it because they don't have anything to eat.
Right.
And I'm not gonna, if I'm out squirrel hunting, I'm out in the woods. I'm not gonna
Right.
deny them food when they're looking for something to eat.
Right.
I mean, deer eat all kinds of different stuff. Like they eat saplings, they eat hemlock.
Yeah.
Yeah, Judy May, I think the last time, the hottest summer here, like in the past couple of years, was 2012. And I mean, we had 90-degree temperatures in April.
Wow.
And then it stayed that hot and humid all summer long. It was like one of the hottest years we've had.
Right.
I mean, myself, I love the heat. Now, granted, being I camp in a tent, I don't think I'd want 90 degrees because you can't get cooled down and it's hard to sleep when you're overheated.
Yep.
So, I mean, granted, yeah, this weekend was cold. But I'd rather, if I'm cold, put on another blanket.
Right.
Then you're fine. But if you're
You
too
always
hot,
dress warmer.
yeah. But when it's hot and you can't get comfortable, there isn't much
Yeah.
you can do.
Sit in a swimming baby pool.
Mm-hmm. When we got back from camping yesterday, well, Monday now,
They are
I
saying the
was freezing
volcano
all
is.
day.
What's that?
I said I was freezing all day and
Yeah.
came home, got everything, taken care of. Used to what like scallops, man. You're throwing me off when you're just putting things in here like that.
They are
But I was
saying the
cold, but I
volcano
came
there
home
is.
and I got in the pool just to get rinsed off, because you're
Yep.
covered in smoke.
Yep.
And by the time we got home, because Friday when we got up there, my one gas tank strap broke.
Oh no.
Yeah, so my mom's boyfriend had to hook that up with 3 ratchet straps, which we got the new straps today.
Yeah.
I won't be able to take it over to his house probably until Friday because it's going to rain for the next 3 days.
Yeah.
And then when we come to go home Monday, my mom's car wouldn't start.
Oh no.
And I meant to throw my jumper cables in, but Mom and I were, getting stuff packed and everything like that the night before, and I completely forgot. So we couldn't get her car started. So Jamie and I had to go and pray that we could hunt somebody down that had a pair of jumper cables.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing that we left when we did, because I found a guy that had jumper cables. Because up there's not really very many stores. Like if people up there have to like do big grocery shopping, they gotta drive like an hour south
Okay.
to go to like Walmart.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't even know where I would be able to get jumper cables.
Yeah.
If I couldn't have found anybody, I probably would have had to call the state troopers, be like, can't get my
Yeah.
mom's car running. We're
Yeah.
up here in the middle of nowhere. Take the dirt road till you see me standing outside or whatever. So I mean, we're quite a ways back in.
Yeah.
That's not good at all. And there's that big river that runs through Yellowstone National Park.
Yeah.
That's definitely one place you don't want to camp in a tent.
Yeah.
Like when we go camping at nighttime before we go to bed, all the coolers and all the food gets put in one vehicle.
Yeah.
It's never left out because there are
Right.
big black bears.
Yeah.
And they're not scared of you either.
Right. And then you got some people that will feed them.
Yeah, that's why they're not scared.
Right.
But I mean, a lot of the campgrounds like Indian Lake and Louis Lake, they come in and that's nothing to be launching your boat and then see 4 black bears in the garbage while you're launching your boat. They don't even care. They don't pay you no mind. They're in a dumpster.
Yeah.
Which we used to sit there when we were waiting to put our boat in, and we would sit there and watch the black bears just sit there in the dumpsters. There'd be
Yeah.
like 4 of them.
Huh.
I still don't know what Mom's talking about. Used it like scallops.
That's what I was
Maybe
wondering.
the skate.
Oh.
Maybe they cut that like scallops.
Yeah.
Or used it for, I don't know. I don't know what he did with them. I was too little then.
I was watching one of the geographic shows or something, and they say that, yeah, there is a volcano there or something that I think is about to erupt, though it's overdue in Yellowstone.
Yeah, that's another place I'd love to go.
Yeah.
Or to go to the other one. What is it? The Redwood National Forest.
Oh yeah, out in California.
Yeah.
Is that the one? Yeah.
Yeah, where you can drive through the trees.
She said up north.
Mom, you got to make a full sentence. I don't know what used to like scallops and up north where it goes. She's probably tired.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they cut the skate. I know sometimes they use scallops for bait or pieces of meat that are cut like that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Super
Judy Knight,
volcano.
Judy May, have a good night. Love, prayers, and hugs to you. Sweet dreams.
Yeah. Good night, Judy May.
Yeah, Shane said Yellowstone is a super volcano.
Yeah.
Well, I know there's quite a few of them that aren't far from erupting, all
Yeah.
over the world.
Yep.
And some of them, if they erupt, it's not going to be a good thing.
No.
And I'm pretty sure Yellowstone is close to the fault line.
Could be.
So I'm pretty sure if that one ever erupted, there'd be earthquakes everywhere. Because
Yeah.
isn't that where that geyser is too?
Yeah, I
Where you
think
can-
that's what they're talking about. The geyser
yeah,
is part of the.
old
Yeah.
Faithful or something like that.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. I think that's the one. I think the volcano is under it or whatever. Yep. I think that's what they're talking about. You have a good night, Judy May.
I mean, because there's some everywhere. I mean, there's volcanoes in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Now, where we are, there must have been volcanoes at like a certain point in time because we have a lot of limestone.
Yep. If you get up by above Minnesota and probably Canada, Shane, there's a place where we're talking like a million years ago. There was a volcano that erupted.
Yes,
Think
it definitely
Copper
could be a
Falls.
disaster, Shane.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they say it's overdue.
Have you watched the movie Volcano?
Oh boy. I don't know if I did.
It's actually based in LA and it erupts and it's coming through all the tarmacs and it actually erupts and comes onto the street. I forget who's in it.
Yeah, I don't know if I did or not. I
But
watched
that,
Twister. I remember that.
yeah, I love that movie. All right, let's see. Volcano has Tommy Lee Jones in it.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be a pretty good movie.
And it is a massive earthquake rocks the city of LA. They weren't Dr. Amy Barnes, which is played by Annie Hetch. A volcano actually forms in the subway tunnels.
Really?
So with the concrete and everything, it keeps it running hot. So it actually like erupted in a couple different spots. come up through the tarmacs, and it was putting big fire bombs. It's a really good movie. But then they had to divert it into this I forget what the heck it's called, but it's like a big tunnel that goes out, but it's open.
Yeah.
And it goes out into the ocean.
Am I echoing now? Yeah. I'm echoing now. We'll close all this tab. Let's gate. Check that. Check. Yeah, I think that took care of it.
But yeah, Volcano's a good movie. I have watched it a couple of times. It's just one of the movies that I can watch. And the same with Twister. I've probably seen it like 500 times, but I'll still watch it.
Did you see The Running Man, I think it's called, with Robert De Niro, where he's a bounty hunter or whatever, like? And he
I don't think so.
Oh, that's a funny movie. There's two guys. They're after this guy for embezzlement or something, and the guy, he tries to get him on a plane, and he's afraid of planes, so he couldn't get on the plane. He had to take the train. It's a comedy, and it's funny. Yeah, it's pretty funny. It's an older one.
Just like Full Metal Jacket's one of my favorite Vietnam movies.
Yeah.
I've probably seen that so many. I see it on like Netflix or HBO, and
yeah,
I have to watch it.
Yeah.
And you see they're coming out with Titanic 2.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been hearing good things about the new no, I can't think of it. The airplane movie, the one that Tom Cruise used to be in.
Oh, Mission Impossible.
No, not that one.
Or no, Top Gun, was it?
Yeah, Top Gun. Top Gun. Yeah. A lot of people are liking it, I guess.
Yeah, Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah, it's supposed to be pretty good.
Yeah, I've heard good reviews about that.
Yeah.
The Titanic 2 is kind of going to be a weird movie.
Yeah.
Because, you know, at the end of the first one, she throws the diamond in the ocean.
Yeah.
So in Titanic 2, they go back looking for the diamond.
Oh, wow.
And it's supposed to have fallen down in this like crater in the ocean.
Huh.
So in this area, they find Leonardo DiCaprio.
Okay.
Floating in a block of ice.
Really?
Yes. Jack, that's his name, right?
Yeah.
So they bring him up. They laser cut around his body in this ice, and then they drop him in this vat of this like goop. And they bring him back.
Oh boy.
So now he's in like our era and sees like all these cars and all this stuff. No, they didn't thaw him and eat him. So then they're like, well, we're gonna keep him locked up. Okay, why are you gonna bring him back just to keep him locked up in a straitjacket or in prison or whatever?
Yeah.
But anyways, he ends up tunneling out of wherever they were holding him through this concrete wall.
Yeah.
And it shows him run around on the streets. And, you know, they're trying to explain to him that she died.
Yeah.
You know, that, but I mean, he's like where we are now. So and that's all it shows in the preview. It
Really?
shows him running on the streets and like all the cops and government people trying to find him, and he's like in hiding or whatever. I'm like, seriously?
Oh my gosh. That is funny. Yeah, See No Man was funny.
Yes, I like that one too.
Yeah.
I like anything with Pauly Shore in it anyway.
Yeah.
Like Son-in-Law.
Yeah.
Rose, that was her name, Rose.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know why. Like certain movies like Top Gun, yes, they can make them better than say the original because the
Yeah.
new one Maverick looks way better than any of them
Yeah.
that I've watched.
Yeah.
But
I like
certain
Top
movies
Gun,
they
but I
should
didn't.
just leave alone.
Yeah. Top Gun was okay, but I didn't like get really into it, but it was all right. It was different.
The one where Tom Cruise is the race car driver, I think, was
Oh yeah.
one of the best ones that he
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
But I mean, like Titanic, they should have just left it alone.
Yeah.
Because now you're turning it into this far-fetched reality
Yeah.
that would never happen.
Right.
And if that was the case, then why was it just him frozen in an ice block
Right.
when
Right.
so many hundreds
Yeah.
of people died?
Right.
So why weren't they all floating in a brick of ice down there?
Right.
You know, because they were all in the same place.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably skip that one.
I might watch it, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Shane
it'll
says
become
that
a
will become a
superhero
superhero movie.
That's what I was thinking. So
Well, Shane, if you're gonna do that, then you need to work on your trampoline skills.
or he will. Yeah, Marvel will get it. Yeah.
That was the best part of his Father's Day. Grilling with Grayson. Shane up on that trampoline. I couldn't do it. I'd break myself.
Yeah.
Now, Shane, if you were going to be a superhero, would it be your tractor that was on your chest? With a big G. Well, yeah, I'd have been cautious too, because if I jumped on it, I'd been on the ground. I can't do trampolines at all.
I won't bell it. My knees can't handle it anymore.
Yep, Shane said a big G.
Yeah.
Well, you couldn't be green, though. I forget what the heck the dude's name is.
Green Lantern.
Yeah.
I never watched it, but
I've watched a couple of them. Some of them I like. Like some of the Spider-Man I like.
yeah.
And I like the Suicide Squad.
I don't know if I've seen that.
That's a good movie with Harley Quinn.
Hmm.
Shane's gonna do pink. Just bright pink or pink with stripes or what? Change it up a bit. Are you gonna have pink hair too?
He's gonna fight the villains with a lawnmower blade.
Probably get more use than his mower does.
Yeah, he'll have arms that have blades on them. Which...
I know I told Mom by the time I can mow the grass, like probably by Saturday, maybe. Green hair, pink outfit. Well, if you watched Modogs live, you could probably get one of the hats like he has that has hair. It's got like red
Yeah.
hair and it's a hat.
Yeah,
You'd probably get one with green hair.
they sell them for they're like visors with hair.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
Modog has. Yeah.
Yeah, they have them for the Green Bay Packers and different sports centers too.
I told him he needs to get some blue hair
Yeah,
to change it up a bit because sometimes he puts it on and people are like, cut down the glare, you know, because he shaves his head.
yeah.
I'm like,
I've
put
been
your
thinking
hair
about
on.
I've been thinking about cutting mine again, but I'll let it grow a little bit yet. It ain't too
Oh.
bad.
Hello.
How's it going?
Henry, what's up, Henry?
Howdy.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I
Oh, that's
just
good.
saw y'all up, and I said I'll jump in there and mess up their day for them.
You're not gonna mess up her day.
Sure.
Breaking up a little bit.
I'll show you what 74 years looks like. Oh, wait a minute.
Good night,
I
Mom.
didn't shut down my other one.
Good night, Mom.
There we go. That should have cleared it up. I had my other volume up. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I can hear you. Shane, you know you can come back up if you want.
Don't tell me I scared somebody away.
No, he was having sound issues a little while ago.
Another 5 years, Henry, and you can try out for the Colonel Sander.
Oh, well, if I don't get this cut, I could already do it.
Yep.
Except I don't have it up here. Of course, I guess I could get a wig.
Yep.
Well, that's what Shane's gonna do. Green hair and a pink outfit. To be a superhero.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just going back and reading some of the old comments here. I just
Oh, you're fine.
turned on the Johnny Small Pepper was in there. Great Farmer. I was just seeing all the people that I missed. Mother Hen. I don't know. I don't think I know her.
That's my mom.
Oh, hello. But,
She went to bed.
Judy May.
Judy May left. Yeah.
He cut.
Anyway, that's it. I was just kind of zooming back a little bit to.
I have to do the same thing.
Great Farmer thinks I sound and look great. You better get your monitor fixed. Let's see. So, what have you two glorious people been doing?
Talking about you.
Well, that's good. Good subject.
No, not
Talking
much.
about hunting, fishing,
Yeah.
state birds, state flowers, the weather.
You said bait,
Yellowstone.
as in cooked, or bait, as in fishing
State
with?
as in where you live. State fish, state birds, state animals.
Oh, state. I thought you said bait, B-A-I-T.
Yeah. Yeah, state.
Louisiana
Dropped
ought to
on
have
the
a
floor a
state
few times.
bait.
Oh yeah, we've been talking about everything.
Sounds like a normal evening.
Now Jesse was dropping some information like he was encyclopedia.
Yeah.
Who was?
Jesse, Lazy Days Ahead with Jesse.
Oh, okay.
He was letting us know what fish was related to what fish and
Huh.
why they were
The
called.
only
a
thing I
certain
care about
fish.
fish is it edible?
Yeah.
The
I'll be
same
right
thing
back.
about going out hunting.
Okay,
Is
Steve.
it edible? And I haven't found a set of antlers yet that's edible except for mice.
Yeah.
Will eat them. Mice like the antlers. They chew on them. What happened to Backwoods? Did he
Oh,
run
he
out
said
to?
he'll be right back.
Mine's not even close to what it used to be. But I can't blame COVID for that. It's loud noises in the Army.
Yeah, I can understand that. Being in the service and going all the different places was not an easy thing to do.
Well, it's the 60 kW generators running at full bore, and you're out there trying to check on them and maintain them, and they give you some kind of earplugs, but they don't always stay in. And when you're wearing a gas mask and stuff like that, you just keep going.
Yeah.
So, but I
Hey,
remember.
Lex, thank you.
Hey, Lex. I remember when I was in Germany and they sent us to the field, and we were stuck in what they call chem gear, the chemical suit and the gas mask and all for
Yeah.
something like 48 hours.
Wow.
Yeah. And you didn't even want anybody taking off their chem suit around you because when they crawled out of the chem suit, it wasn't absorbing the smell anymore.
Yeah. I can imagine that stuff had to have been super hot.
Oh yeah. Well, it was Germany, so it wasn't that bad, but it's still, they get hot during the day in summertime. But I couldn't even understand how they did it over in Afghanistan, Iraq, and places like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I would just be a melted puddle on the ground.
I think I'd probably like the heat for like the first 2 days, and then I'd probably be like, okay, where's the nearest ice
AC.
bath? Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I have not been stationed there, but just understanding what the weather's like, it's a desert environment, so you can perspire and get some cooling. But if you're in a direct sun, there ain't nothing helping that.
No.
Just like if you're in the shade or something like that, and there's a little bit of breeze blowing, I mean, you can survive that pretty good. But if you're out in the sunshine, they talk about a cat on a hot tin roof.
Yeah, it makes you almost feel like you're gonna melt.
Yeah, they were showing a thing on the news tonight about the temperature of, they took a particular model of a car, and it was like 90 degrees outside, and within 5 minutes it was like 115 in the car, and then after 30 minutes it was 137.
Yeah.
So you can imagine in one of those chemical suits, all gussied up and closed up, and
Yeah.
and you see all the salt forming on the inside of your mask, where the sweat's just turned into crystals of salt.
Yeah, that would definitely make it hard to see without the condensation in there. But I remember when I was driving a tractor trailer cross country, I was
Uh-huh.
in Indio, California. It's like 114 degrees. Now
Oh,
at
yeah.
the truck stops, there's no shade.
Oh, no.
So I had
Well,
my truck running with the AC full blast, all my windows blocked off, and my
right.
truck could not keep up. It was like
Yeah.
100 degrees in my truck.
Wow.
You'd have been lucky if you could sleep like by 1 o'clock in the morning because
Yeah.
it just would not cool down.
Well, actually, if you're driving the truck, they're keeping up because it's not sitting on a hot tarmac still with all the other trucks around it running, and y'all are blowing heat at each other.
Yeah.
So, but if you're actually, able to be rolling down the road, you get a little better cooling effect out of your radiator, and
Yeah, it does
cooling,
help when you're moving.
yeah, makes it bearable.
Yeah.
I remember our service truck. I had a 26-foot box. Was it an International Harvester, I think? But there was a while there where we were getting a leak from the air conditioning unit that was dropping down on the electrical board down underneath it. No, what? I think it was Fruhoff. I don't think it was a International Harvester. And the little electronics board was just down underneath the air conditioner,
Yeah.
and there was a crack or something in it. It was leaking down on the board and causing all kinds of shorts and problems. So they said, "Well, just run without air conditioner." Yeah.
Okay.
Crank the windows down and go do 260. 2 windows down and 60 miles an hour.
That
You know,
air does not help at all. If
you
it's
know,
hot
you know
and
the
you can use the AC, no,
yeah. Do you know the difference between a convection oven and a regular oven?
not really.
The convection oven blows hot air around. Guess what happens when you're driving down the road and you're blowing hot air in from the windows? It just cooks you faster.
True.
Donna just seen somewhere where I don't know exactly what happened, but another mom left their kid in the car
Oh
for
dear.
a few hours. Something to do with a birthday party or something.
Oh,
There's
mean,
it
I
so
don't matter
many
what it is.
videos of that.
Yeah. It's
They just have
oh
some people just have no realization.
no.
I'm sorry, but if I seen a kid now, like me, if I go in somewhere and like if my dog's with me, I have another key.
Right.
So I'll
Right.
leave my AC on full bore. I'll crack the window down a little bit just so there's,
Right.
outside
Airflow.
air.
Yeah.
And I lock the car.
Yeah.
Now, if it was my kid, nowhere that I'm going is going to be worth leaving my kid in the car.
Yep.
Right.
And half of them don't even leave it running.
Right. I didn't mean to bring it up, but it's just
Well, down here in Houston, you're legally encouraged to bust the window out and get anybody out of the vehicle or whatever if the vehicle's not running and stuff like that. If you see a
Yeah,
dog,
here you can too.
yeah. Bust the window
and call the cops.
yeah.
No.
It's to the, I don't know.
Oh, now mom's saying that they cut the skate up like scallops. Shane said we would cut the wings off, take a cookie cutter, and make shapes, batter, and deep fry like scallops. And mom said that's right.
Have you heard of skate, Joe?
I
It looks like a stingray.
Oh, okay. I've heard the term, but I've never seen one.
Yeah, me and
It
Tasha
don't
had to
it
look
don't
it up.
have the it don't have like the barb on the end, but it has like two, I don't know, round things on its tail, and then it just goes to a point.
Hmm.
But it looks very similar to a stingray.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
I
don't
mean,
know
it
what
sounds
I'd
like
do
it'd
if
be
I
good
got a
eating.
stingray on. That's crazy. They're scary looking.
Well, in Florida, when you go in the ocean, you have to like shimmy your feet like this. You can't just walk because the stingrays hide under the sand.
Yeah.
Right.
So if you're like shuffling your feet instead of stepping, it kind of like,
Really?
gets them to come up.
Okay.
Where if you just stepping, you could step right on the barb.
Huh.
Well, it's not just that. They flick their tail when they're scared, and they'll plant that barb in you.
Yeah.
It's not
Can't
just
escape
standing
very
on.
tasty.
I remember we used to go gigging for what they call it, gigging for flounders, and we'd take an old Coleman lantern. My dad had these Coleman lanterns that he put a shield on, like almost 2.5 sides, and they kind of a flange of metal around it, so it focused the light away. And you'd walk along with that Coleman lantern and your gig, and you got that Coleman lantern going back and forth, and you're looking for the movement of the flounder or whatever, and then you gig them, and obviously put them on your stringer and keep going. But you got to be real careful to not mistake a stingray for a flounder, because they'll throw that barb right through that rubber. You wear hip waders. They
Yeah.
throw that
Really?
barb right through the rubber boots.
Wow.
Definitely would not be a fun time getting hit with one of those.
Oh
Hey,
no,
if it tastes like scallops and it's poor man scallops, I wouldn't call it poor man scallops. He says
The
it tastes like
skate.
scallops.
well, shark's fin and what do you call it? The stingrays, a little punch and just punch chunks out, and they call them scallops in some of the places, and you don't know the difference unless you're knowledgeable on the
I wouldn't mind
fish.
trying shark. I think it'd be tasty.
Well, that's what they do with the skate. They call it poor man's scallops because they cut it out
Right.
like round, like a scallop would be.
Use like a hole punch.
Yeah.
Yeah, cookie cutter. But I mean, it's basically what you do with stingray too. You take the wings off,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and that's what you eat. But shark is good. I've had it a couple of times.
Well, the
Well, someone
Chinese were
told me
really
I
bad
would-
about catching sharks and then just cutting their fins off and throwing them back in, which is atrocious.
Yeah. Someone told me I would probably like ocean fish better, but I don't know.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
I like saltwater fish. To me, freshwater fish is slimy, and they're a lot of times they have like a mud, especially catfish. They have like a muddy taste to the meat.
Johnny Small Pepper says, "Hey Joe,
Hey,
See, now, freshwater fish, it depends on whether or not the water's warm or it's cold.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
If
what
you
part
get
of the year?
a lake that's super cold,
Right.
then the fish's meat
well,
is
the
more
algae
firm.
doesn't grow on them as bad.
What
But
part
like
of the year
ocean
you catch
perch
them
is
too?
good.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Steve?
Yeah. What part of the year you catch them in too? Sometimes,
You mean the freshwater?
like walleye or something.
Well,
You
the only
catch 'em-
freshwater we had around pretty much, well, we have some rivers,
Walleye's good
they're
anytime, but
they're more like bayous, I guess, than you actually a river. But we have one place called Chocolate Bayou, and there's Braised Bayou, and there's, I'm trying to think of the other one. There's a river. I can't think of the name of
Enjoy
it
your
right now.
cigar, Johnny. Have a great night.
yeah, have a good night, Johnny.
Good night.
He's got a cigar calling his name.
I had one cigar one time. I'd have mine if someone bought me. It was a $5 cigar, but it was pretty decent.
I don't
Well-
know, last cigar I smoked made me turn green.
Yeah,
I've never smoked and have no intention to.
yeah. I don't
Um,
want to get into smoking cigars.
I've lost too many family and whatever to smoking induced COPD and other things,
Yeah,
cancer. My wife's both sisters went, one for COPD and the other one for cancer. And I hear, the people that, what they call it, smoker's cough, rattle. And I just
getting
decided
tired,
to,
Tasha.
A little bit. I don't remember if I took my night meds yet. Hang on a
I
sec.
haven't.
I'll be right
I
back.
Okay. I'm waiting to eat, and then I'm gonna take mine.
take your meds?
Yeah, take my meds. I'm on steroid. I was thinking they're antibiotics, but I'm on a steroid. They got me
Yeah.
on steroids right now.
You
for
got to
my
watch
anemia.
steroids because they'll, I don't know, are you diabetic? They'll jack your blood sugar way up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know when I get shots in my back, the steroid shot, it'll jack me up to 300 on my blood sugar.
I
Okay,
always
I'm
say
back.
every time they put me on steroids, I'm thinking I should be going to the gym, start pumping iron quick, gain maybe a pound of muscle.
Yeah.
Don't
Some of
always
those
work that way.
guys them bodybuilders that do that stuff,
Yeah.
Yeah.
they don't
They say it.
realize what their body's gonna look like when they stop.
Right.
Oh yeah.
I've seen some too.
Well,
They go
I've
ahead,
did
Joel.
with my arms. They're not all that big compared to my body, but I've deadlifted 500 pounds before when I was
Yeah.
younger.
Cool.
But I went more for speed than for heavy weights. I used to have a trick that I'll put a quarter on the back of my hand, and I come out from under it, and I close over it again. Not throwing it up first, but just pull my hand out and then come back.
Yeah.
And I can do that with both hands at the same time, or used to anyway.
That's a good throat jab.
Well, whatever. Eyes, throat,
Yep. Nose.
remove things from their hands that they didn't know I was
Yeah.
taking.
I loved grab arts when I was in Taekwondo. That was my favorite thing more than anything.
Yeah, I learned some Taekwondo over in Thailand.
Cool.
They were, I didn't pay and join, but I acted as their sparring partner.
Right.
So I would sit. Well, actually, they would practice down on the tennis courts at our motel apartment that we use as our barracks. So they're just right down that you can look out your back porch area and look right down onto them, and you see them doing all their kata
Yeah.
and exercises, and so
I
I would do
joined
it
the
up in the
Keto,
room
but-
watching them.
Yeah. I
Hello
joined the
from
Keto.
Antarctica. How
Yeah.
are you doing today? That's
I
quite a
joined the
ways
Keto,
away.
but I wish I would have joined the karate. It's an older style karate is what I should have done. I would have been more advanced. The Keto, it takes a while. It's tough.
Oh. Hapkido or Aikido?
Aikido.
Okay.
keto. Yeah, keto. Like what Steven Seagal does.
Right.
Yeah. It takes a while to move up the ladder.
I've watched some of his supposed contest, and I think the people are paid not to be good.
He was lucky though. I don't know how he was over, yeah, in Japan or whatever it was, and even before I think he was an actor, he was brought up around that stuff.
Right. Well,
I wish I was raised that young.
I had a pretty good roundhouse type kick, and all that, and I was very fast with my hands.
Yeah,
So
that's what I like to grab arts about. I was fast with my hands, but my kicks were, I mean, they're okay, but they're nothing fancy. They did the job, you know.
Well,
It's
I was 6'3", but I could do it.
-79 in Antarctica right now.
-79. Oh, thank you.
I've been out at 60 below, that's 65 below up in Alaska, up in
I
Fort
have
Greely.
too, but I wouldn't want to do it every day.
Oh no, it's one of those things where I was in a not a barracks, I was in housing at Fort Greely with my family, and the
Must
warmest
be
we
great.
could get it was about 55 inside, and you'd walk outside and it was 60 below, and you couldn't help it. You have to go,
No,
the cold hit
Antarctica
your lungs.
Yeah,
Makes you cough right off the bat.
Antarctica is the north, right?
Yes.
It's
Or is it the southern?
southern Antarctica.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking the Arctic Circle.
Arctic is.
Think
yeah,
of
north.
anti.
Okay.
It's not up, it's down. So
Okay. Okay.
Well, still, I don't want -79. Now I could, take 109 or 114, but not that cold.
Well,
I think I've
when
been -50 with wind chill. That's the coldest I've been.
well, I've been, as I
Welcome
said, I've
back,
been out
Ness.
in 65 below with no wind. It was just
Yeah.
straight 65 below.
Yeah.
If there was any wind, it would be atrocious.
Well, I tell you one thing, living in is one thing, but when you got to work in it, if you got to go out and cut wood or you got to
Oh yeah.
trap or whatever, or your machine breaks down, forget it.
Yeah, I went. I used to go hunting for snowshoe rabbit. For my I'd feed my cat
Yeah,
rabbit meat instead of buying it, from the store or whatever, because there was
right.
plenty of rabbit around. So I'd go out hunting. One time I went out, it was like maybe 10, 15 below. So I went out, I had my long johns and I had my blue jeans over that. And then I had, I took my parka and gloves. You never go anywhere without them. But
Yeah.
I was
A
out
lot of people
walking.
don't know what a northern winter is.
Oh yeah. And I
we're
went out
winter, but
I went out hunting for the rabbits, and the weather changed, and it just bottomed out. It dropped down to like 55 below, and I'm trying to get back to my vehicle. And when you start humping through that snow, knee deep snow, or whatever, and you're not no shoes or anything, you're just trudging through the snow and you're breathing hard, and my whole nose and everything was frozen over, my mustache and all.
yeah.
And
Thank you for coming in, Manuel.
yeah.
Hello, everybody in chat.
Sorry, I'm dropping links. I'm still listening.
Oh, that's okay. I was just going back and I get my face up close to read them.
Yeah. Yeah, that northern cold. I don't know what Antarctica is like, but
Worse.
I can imagine, but the northern, a lot of people don't know what a northern winter's like, till you experience it, the wet and
Well, when we're having summer up here, they're in winter down there. And
Yeah.
when you're down below the, well, I say call it below since it's Antarctica. When you're below that Arctic Circle, you got to remember you're not going to have any sunshine worth mentioning. It'll be a little bit of glow, and it'll just run around below the horizon all the way around. But the sun never actually peaks out much, depending on how close you are to the Arctic Circle. I've watched it in the winter in Fort Greely, and it would come up above the horizon, maybe 10 degrees or so, and then run over here and then run below the horizon the rest of the way around. So I worked in the telephone exchange at Fort Greely, and I would go to work. It was dark, cold, dark, windy, and then I'd come out at lunchtime, and it was actually sunshiny. But
Wow.
when you get back off work, it's gone again. You get
that's
maybe
one job
an
I
hour or
would
two.
want, fixing those poles in them ice storms.
You said
Isn't
what
there
about
a place there where like the scientists go out and take like different recordings there?
Yeah, you mean Antarctica? Yeah.
Yeah.
They have year-round locations there that are, I don't know if they're buried in the snow, but that's the best insulation, up there. And
That'd be a question
actually,
for. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead, Joel.
oh, go ahead. I was just running my trap. What was that guy's name again?
Gisali. What are you doing in Antarctica? That'd be a good question to find out what they're actually doing there.
Hopefully trying to stay warm at that temperature.
Yeah.
I'd be
Hardly even there,
snuggled up
man.
with the wood stove myself.
Right now is the season of 6 months of night. Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
I mean, but yeah, some people are actually working for like NASA or whatever, different things.
Yeah, that kind of weather, you have to be prepared ahead of time. You don't go out just fooling around because you get one of them blinding blizzard type storms, and you may not be able to. They a lot of those places will have like poles sticking up with ropes, so you can go from one door to the other. You might say almost blind, but
yeah, I was gonna say I don't think you can travel very far when you have
they
to
can,
go
but
out
they
in that
do
weather.
it in those snowcats. But really they don't normally go out that far except unless they're taking sensor readings or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the snowcats are the ones with the big tracks, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It's like a big bus. Most of them are like a big bus with tracks on them, and really good heaters. Supposed to be.
Well, they look pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched a movie where they had them on.
You see
But you can figure pretty much
where the polar bears come up and they stand up and
yeah.
That's another thing you wouldn't want to cross.
Yeah.
Is that that joke about where does an 800-pound gorilla sit? Anywhere he wants to. You ain't gonna argue with him.
No, same with a polar bear. He's gonna eat whatever he wants to. You ain't arguing with him either.
And they're not too picky about what they eat either.
No.
No, I had some cousins that lived in Alaska. They're like 100, 200 miles away from like Fairbanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not hard to
You
do.
You just want to be the
I was
skinniest of
I was
all
up
the
in Fort
rest.
Greeley. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Joel. No, I was just,
I was gonna
I
say
was
I was
just
up in Fort
joking.
Greeley, and that's right at 100 miles away from it. But um, when summertime was there, I drove my Toyota Land Cruiser up some of the back roads and went up um, into the Yukon Territory in Canada. And they had a place there where you could pan for gold. It was a public area that they would allow people to go in there, but you couldn't take any machines or stuff like that. Just you had to hand pan or whatever. And I actually
Yeah.
have somewhere around here. I have a bottle that I hand panned a lot of silt and stuff like that, and then I dumped it in the bottle. Figured I would do it later, but then I didn't want to mess with it because it was so much memories. So I don't know if I've got any showings in there or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, here you can't pan for gold or silver or anything like that. New York State owns all the rights to anything you find.
Yeah. I don't think that's right. I could see maybe not digging like in Alaska the way they do it, but the pan, I think that's wrong. I think you should at least be able to pan.
Well, I had a military friend up in Fort Greeley, and he had little jars and bottles of gold and nuggets and all that kind of stuff, because he would take his vacation time and he would go up to some of those rivers up north at flying with a float plane or whatever, and they would just go up there. It was public, public land, and they would go up there and pan gold and all, and then
Yeah.
that's what
And
they
I
did
don't know
for
what
their
it's,
holidays.
well, and I don't know what it's like now, but they used to say what only like 10% of the gold has been found in Alaska.
Oh, we have no idea.
Yeah.
If you
Shane
find it,
said
if
he
you find a
lived
real,
in Shane lived in Inuvik, Northwest Territories when he was 8 to 10 years old.
Yeah, I
And
see
that was
that.
100 miles from the North Pole.
That's crazy.
Too cold.
Yep.
I always wanted to live in Alaska before I hurt my back, but with all the steel that I have in my back, there's no way I could handle that cold.
Yeah, I don't think I can do it anymore. I would love to live there for at least 3 years just to experience it.
well,
At
I was
least
up there for
3.
2.
Yeah. 2
What I
is
really
good too.
enjoyed. Go ahead.
I just couldn't hack what you have to do to survive there, because I definitely wouldn't want to live in city. I'd want to be like out in the Yukon that
Yeah.
way, but it's brutal. And I'm not in
Yeah.
any physical shape to go out and cut trees and split wood and,
Right.
Yep.
dog sled or do that. No. My
Hunt,
body, I'd
fish.
be dead in a year if
Yeah.
I had to do that stuff.
I mean, you're definitely living off the land. Hunt, fish, cook, cut,
Well,
can.
the winter time's the worst because it's really hard to come up on anything to hunt and eat. If you gotta prepare during the summertime and stock up your fish and your meat and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so you can chop your wood and put it back. My sister lived up there for quite a few years. My sister and my brother-in-law, they were married and lived up. They homesteaded 160 acres on mile 1414 Alcan Highway, and they built their house and all like that. But I went up there in the military to Fort Greeley to be near my sister. So what does she do when I get up there? They said, "Oh, my husband just accepted a place over in Richardson, Alaska, which is way on the other side of the not way on the other side, but several hundred miles away over in Richardson." So she said, "Why don't you stay in our house?" And so anyway, I ended up being the caretaker for her while they went off somewhere else.
Yeah, Traveling Fool says I take my chances with the Bermuda Triangle before that.
I'd end up getting lost there.
I just watched Expedition Unknown. They were talking about the Bermuda Triangle and that how it messed with the planes and that. This one guy said it normally would take like 2 hours or something the way he went, but he entered a cloud which was like a warp zone type thing. He actually saw rings as he was going through it. And it only took him 45 minutes to get to New York. Normally it would take, I think it was New York. I don't know the exact amount of time, but he saved fuel and got there within at least an hour early.
Yes,
Going through-
strange stuff has definitely happened over there.
Yeah. Yeah. I love stories like that. Whether you believe it or not, it's still
Yeah.
cool to hear. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, they have
I mean, what if it is true? Could you imagine that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's, you know.
I mean, I've
Crazy.
watched documentaries on the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, some of the stuff is like they can't explain it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
like
there's-
being
there's
in a certain
several
area where
spots.
your compass just spins around like this because
Yep. Some think
several
it's
spots
because of the. Go ahead, Joel.
There's several spots around the Earth that are similar to the Bermuda Triangle. Some are over land, some are, over the ocean. But I think
Yep.
there's at least like 3 or maybe 4 on different sides of the Earth that have a similar effect.
Yeah. They thought the city. Some people are searching. They think, is it Atlantis? The city Atlantis.
yes,
Yeah,
They think it's underneath there and different things.
well, it's too far away from where those people that said they went there and saw the place to get way
Yeah.
out there in the middle of the Atlantic.
I love
or
watching
back
it when
on
they're
our
in the
coast.
ocean. Yeah, I love it when they're in the ocean and trying to find old ships and stuff that
Right.
have been lost for a while.
traveling tours. That's really cool. Said his great grandfather and Windberg mapped out the Bermuda Triangle.
Cool.
That's some really good history there. I mean, there's
Well, what they were-
unexplained things everywhere.
Yeah. What it was the show about this time, it was about Lindenberg. Is he the one that flew
He was the
from?
first one to fly across the Atlantic by himself.
To France.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's what it was about. There was 2 guys before him that lost a plane. They thought it actually landed in Maine, but they couldn't find the plane. But then Lindenberg was the one that actually made it, though.
Right.
Like a week later, after these guys or something.
Well, okay. Yeah, but he it was
If it's the
a
same
long
guy I'm
flight
thinking of.
all by yourself.
Yeah. Yep. I just wish some of those artifacts. You think down in the ocean, like when the Titanic fell or dropped,
Yeah.
or some of these ships, you think that cold water would preserve it more. But I mean, it does. Don't get me wrong. But I wish it was more intact, like it was, versus all the
Barnacles and stuff on
coral
it.
and all that. Yeah, that would be cool to see.
Well, the oxygen in the water will enable rust. But when you're in a really super deep, high pressure and extremely cold, it almost hardly any rust. When there
Yeah.
or when you're in a like a bog or something like that where there's very little oxygen in the water,
Okay.
a lot of things. That's why they find these human bodies in the bogs that are still fairly well preserved
Yeah.
because there's just no oxygen down there.
Yeah.
The plant, I think they produce carbon. Is it carbon? No, I don't know. I just know that the super cold and there's very little oxygen in some of
Yeah.
these bogs when the
Yeah.
people went in. That and also the tar pits over there in California. There's some tar pits there with mastodons and stuff
Yeah,
went
they
in
said
and
they preserved them there.
right. And it's
Really?
mostly, I think, due to the lack of oxygen, because the oxygen causes things to deteriorate and rust. And
Yeah. As soon as you bring it to surface, it just.
Now,
well,
isn't
not
there
quite that
something
fast.
in the ocean that feeds on the iron is why
Hey, Kitty
that
Cat.
gets broke down?
I gotta turn my cam off. I'm getting a late night supper here.
Nothing
Just
wrong
don't
with
smack
that.
your lips. Just don't smack your lips so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, it'll make the rest of us hungry.
Thank you, Perry.
Hey, zombie.
Zombie. Go. Same
Hey,
for
zombie.
you now.
Oh, my eyes are itching.
Yeah.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, because it
Wow.
always puzzled me that a lot of the boats down there, it almost looks like, something ate holes in it.
Well,
That's why I was
here's
wondering if there's something that was like feeding on it.
right.
Well, it's rust. When a ship's been painted and there's some scratches on it, wherever there's scratches, it gets down to the metal, and so it eats through faster there till it can, peel the paint away.
Well, here's my theory. I think the Noah's Ark is buried in Bermuda Triangle somewhere.
In where?
The Bermuda Triangle.
Oh,
The arc.
okay. Well, according to the Bible, it arrived on Mount Ararat. Now, there's some discussion because of the fact that Mount Ararat that we know of is half in Russia and half in Turkey. So the Russians wouldn't allow expeditions up the mountain because it was coming up to their border, and the Turks didn't want the Russians doing it, so nobody got to it. And there's been a lot of satellite photos. They say, well, this is the ark, and that's the ark. And, they say they can see the ribs. And somebody, I saw one thing where they were talking about that he said that they pulled this old piece of wood off of these timbers they found up in the snow there, and that has to have been the ark. But they've got to not carbon date it, but where they look at the rings of the tree bark, or the tree
Right.
growth rings, and
To date it back.
they always kind of like taper off. They never really give you a definite. So,
Well, the way things
wanna
are
make you
going,
think-
we're going to have to build another ark.
Yeah.
well, no, we just have to move up closer to the mountains.
We're all moving
Yeah.
in, Tasha.
All right.
I'm
over.
BYOV, right? Bring your own venison.
Yes. How are you doing tonight, zombie? Well, I mean, we could cut down a bunch of pine trees and build, little tiny cabin homes.
You need some hardwood. The
Got
well,
that
especially
too.
down here, the high humidity and all it'll turn rotten in no time in this humidity down here. Or you gotta saturate them with that I can't think what they call it. The treatment they have for them to stop them from rusting. Rotting. I mean,
Parathene or whatever they call it.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
you can preserve it with like Thompson water seal, which I have to redo
Yeah.
in my house because it's all rough cut pine.
Yeah. Unless you're up in the north where it doesn't get that hot and stays cold a lot, you're gonna have trouble. Plus, you've got to have a good foundation that the beams are sitting on, so that
Well, you look at,
they don't contact the dirt.
you look at the ocean, what I was getting at, like what it does to the ships. Now, I'm not talking about the coral and all that,
Right.
but, and then you look at the old loggers and they're coming across these old cypress trees and all this and how preserved they are. It's so weird.
Well, cypress is a very hard, slow rotting type wood.
Oh, okay.
It's a cypress trees down in Florida and places like that. Their stumps are 100 years old almost, and they're
Yeah.
the hurricanes have broke them off, but they still have the stumps sticking up, and the water and the wind and everything is wore on them. But some of them are really old.
Mm-hmm.
Especially
Are
if
we
they're
keeping
underwater.
you up, Tasha?
Huh?
Are we keeping you up?
I'm okay so far.
Okay.
Jamie gets out of work at 2, so I might as well stay up.
Okay. So just
I'm
let us
good.
know.
I'm good.
Okay. All right.
Just eating a Twizzler
Zombie.
and watching my
I'm just
cat
trying to-
think she's gonna jump on the ceiling. I don't know what she's watching up there because I don't see anything.
Shadow maybe moving.
You don't have a ceiling
Yeah.
fan or something?
What was that, Joel?
I don't
you have
have
a
it
ceiling
on
fan?
because it's. I don't have it on because it's way too noisy.
But
I don't know what she keeps looking at up there.
put it on a real slow speed and hang a little toy or ornament on a string and have it going around. You keep your cat busy all day long.
I got a question for you, Joel.
What's that?
I could look it up. I don't want any, but how do they make vodka from potatoes? Do you know the process?
Yeah, it's see, your potato has a heavy starch, and it's a sugar. So they process it down and use the sugar as the fermentation. I'm not using the right word, but anyway, the fermentation of the potato, when they cook it down, just like the hops and the sugar they put in there make an alcohol, the same type of thing works on the potatoes, pulling the sugar or eating on the sugars that are in the potato.
Okay.
So it's just that was the only thing they had that was sweet enough to, they have rice wine, which is your sake.
Okay.
But
Would they make it the same way they would in the hops and
I doubt it. It's the same general principle, but I doubt they make it the same way because one will have more sugar than the other, and you'll cook it a certain amount of time and strain it, and then let the fermentation eat on the sugars and convert it to alcohol.
I was just kind of curious because I know Russia was
I
big
mean, I
for
just
it.
know the basics of it. I'm
Yeah,
no
yeah.
expert
I
on it.
could look it up. I was just kind of curious, so how they, if they cut them up and have to do something special.
I would
or what.
imagine either chop them up or mash them up or whatever. But the key thing is the potatoes. They want a real starchy potato that
Yeah,
they
that makes
can
sense.
convert the sugar out of.
Hmm.
I know just enough about everything to be dangerous, but not real knowledgeable.
That's me. I know a little of this and a little of that.
Yeah. My
I
problem is I
know
don't know
enough
when
to
to keep.
know what I got to do.
My problem is I don't know enough to keep my mouth shut sometimes.
Well, I think that's all of us, really. I mean, I always try to think before I speak, because sometimes if I don't, then it doesn't come out right, and then peeves people off, and then it causes an argument. And
Well, I've been wrong enough to know that I'm not always right. I got a lot
oh,
of general knowledge.
lemon trees.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we have persimmon trees here too. I'm in southeast Missouri, traveling fools. They don't like
Well,
the north too much.
Well, I don't know if you can. Is it what's that? Traveling fools. You can make moonshine from anything that rots and ferments. Well, I know
Yeah.
a lot of cedar trees. I would not want to make anything drinkable out of. As I was talking about before, when I go hunt those rabbits, I wouldn't want to eat the meat because all they had in the wintertime up there was cedar trees.
Yeah.
So the rabbits would eat cedar, and all their meat was tainted with that cedar flavoring and smell. The cats would eat it, but
referring more to fruit, because you said the persimmon is actually fruit. So they use the persimmon fruit to make moonshine.
I've heard of that. I want to
which technically probably a lot of fruits you could make moonshine from.
It's got sugar in it.
Yeah. Just like, prison, they make the hooch. That's all with bread and fruit.
Yeah.
Apples. Sometimes they use oranges and then bread. And they just put it in the bag and let it ferment for a very long time.
From the bread.
I figure they probably use some pots or whatever in the laundry where it's hot and everything to cook it down.
I've eaten persimmons. I don't know when they're
the right
time to eat them, but I've had a couple. And persimmon trees, for those that don't know, I don't know exactly how it goes, but depending on the year, it can predict the kind of weather you're going to have. It can either have a spoon, a fork, or a knife. And one of them means something.
Yeah, that I know.
It's hard to eat soup with a knife.
Be kind of hard to drink with a knife. I mean, you can eat with one, but
traveling food.
I don't recommend it if it's sharp.
Dandelion wine's supposed to be really good. I never got the chance to try it. My buddy's.
My mom has some.
Really?
In the closet.
Go ahead.
From when I was a little kid. And trust me, it's like not separated, but from it being that old, it does have a little sediment in the bottom.
Yeah.
But that stuff will knock you on your butt.
Yeah. Yeah. I was a big Canadian Club or Windsor drinker, but.
Well, it could be as it got older, it got stronger too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's had, I'm 44,
aged.
so she probably made it when I was like 6.
Now, did they use? I don't know
5.
if they used the stems or did they use
The
the flower?
flower.
That's what I thought.
Use the flower. Now you can use dandelion. You can eat the flower,
Yeah,
and you can also take the leaves and put them in like salad and stuff. But
yeah,
dandelion leaves are kind of like a bitter.
yeah,
They're kind of
Yeah.
bitter.
right.
I
How many,
just
rem-
thought of
how,
something.
how many people in here remember their first dandelion they've ever picked and then accidentally licked their finger?
I've did that a couple of times.
I'm gonna have to
It's so
drop off here.
better.
I just remembered I hadn't watered my plants today, and with this 100-degree weather we're having, they're gonna be all wilted if I don't. So I'm gonna drop
Yeah.
off for a while and go take care of them.
Okay.
God bless everybody, and I'll talk to y'all later.
All right,
All right,
Joel. You
God
have
bless
a good night.
you too. Have a good one.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Turtle. My grandpa used to catch turtles all the time. I never ate any of his turtle that I know of, but we would go up north and they'd have a turtle feed every year. So that was pretty good.
Yeah, we have a season on snapping turtle,
Yeah,
and we have a season on bullfrogs too.
cool.
I love frog legs. Don't ever buy them in a store.
Yeah, I had them at a Chinese restaurant. Not for me.
Now, I've grilled them, like let them sit in some butter and garlic
Yeah,
for a while, and then throw them on the grill.
I
And grill
tried
'em
again
till-
if they were from someone, yeah, that knew how to do it right. But the ones I had, forget it.
and they're also good breaded and deep fried.
Yeah, I think that's how a lot of people do
And those things you have to eat fresh.
them. Yeah,
You can't
Imagine.
like. I mean, it'd probably be alright if you like bought them from like an actual market who did,
right.
you know, like a fish market almost.
Yeah, like a day old wouldn't be so bad, but anything after that, yeah, packaged or whatever.
Yeah, definitely. They're definitely not good from the store. I had bought them in Food Lion when I lived in North Carolina.
Yeah,
They looked really good. I mean, they were big frog legs. They were like, this big around.
yeah. I
Cooked them
remember
up the
what,
same way I would the fresh ones, and no, they went in the garbage.
yeah,
They were so fishy
yeah.
tasting.
In the late 80s, early 90s, it could have been like 89 or something, I don't know. But we went to the store and we bought turkey drums, a big bag full. They were cheap. And we
Yep.
put them on the grill, and boy, were those good. But man, those were good on the grill.
My mom and I today we're looking at lamb,
Yeah,
like lamb chops,
yeah,
and they had a small rack of lamb ribs.
uh-huh,
So you're getting like maybe 8 if you when they're cooked and you slice them down.
yeah.
They're like almost $50.
Wow,
Now,
yeah,
2 years ago, I bought my gram like this big. I got her 2 of them actually. They were like this long, and they had like 10 of the small, lamb chops. They're about like this big,
yeah.
and I mean they were like $10, $12.
Wow,
Now, it's so crazy in the store. I mean, we did find some good sale on like chicken wings.
yeah.
Good night, traveling fools,
Good night, traveling fool.
and God bless to you too. But we have to keep it interesting.
Yeah, we used to buy the pork loins quite a bit. And I cooked one on the grill one time. It took like 8 hours, but that was good. Rubbed it in, and
Yep.
yeah,
Now, like, we used to be able to buy, you know, the whole chickens.
Yep.
You could get them for like $3-4 for the whole chicken.
Yep.
Now they're $4.99 a pound.
Yeah. Ain't
I'm
that
like-
crazy?
Okay, I got 11 hens in the garage.
Yeah.
I am not gonna pay
Right.
$4.99 a pound.
Right.
And I feel bad because
I gotta
We
look
had-
that up.
we
On how
had
to-
4 turkeys
Yeah.
and one passed away because they starved her out. The other
Oh,
3 were way bigger.
yeah.
Well, now I'm pretty sure Tom broke his leg.
Uh-oh.
The swelling has gone down a lot, but it's still not super stable.
Okay.
And I told Mom, I said, well, I want him, you know, to breed the hens, and then if we need to eat him, that's fine.
Yeah.
But if he can weigh, like he weighs down a lot, so
Yeah.
that's definitely gonna help his leg. But where it broke, it's like where it bends. up
Yeah.
here. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like cooked out like this.
Right.
But I mean, you don't cry, you know what I mean? Like cry out that it hurts.
Right.
Or even,
He just
you know,
limps a little bit.
yeah. But you can tell because that joint kicks out a little bit. But like I said, the swelling went down a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, I would just hate to have to eat him this early in his life.
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
I think they're only like 2 months old, maybe.
Do turkeys eat grass like chickens?
Yes.
Okay. There's that one plant. I can't think of the name of it. You can eat it. It's usually around rocky area. But it gives you like pain relief and all kinds
Yeah.
of. Maybe you could feed that to it.
I'll have to look it up because, oh my gosh, I can't remember. Honeysuckle.
Okay.
We have
Yeah,
a
we have-
lot of honeysuckle, and that's supposed to be, oh, come on. That's supposed to be good for a lot of different things too.
Okay. We had
So
a
I'll have
lot
to
of
look
it.
it up.
It's not native here by us. I don't know where it came from though. But that stuff grows crazy.
Yeah, we have honeysuckle all over our property, so I'll have
Yeah.
to look and see what natural stuff I can give them for like inflammation,
Yeah.
because I'm not
Yeah.
really sure what's safe for them to have. I mean, they love grass.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Says it's bedtime, Mom.
Yeah, she won't go to bed with me. She waits until her other mom gets home, and then that's who she snuggles with.
Yep.
Except for when I'm sitting here doing stuff, then she wants to be held.
Yeah. My dog's here too. The CBD oil seems to be helping her a lot. She's moving around a lot faster. And
Oh, I wonder if I could give that to my turkey.
maybe. I don't
I'll
see
have
why
to look it
not.
up tomorrow and see. So I know, like our farm store has like certain shots and stuff that you can buy.
Yeah. Going out. No, you're shedding. You're shedding really bad. And I brushed you the other day. I got to brush you again. I know you. I'll put you on your head. Yeah.
You don't
Good
care.
girl. Been a good girl. Yes, you have.
My cat, this cat that I'm holding, she sheds worse than any dog.
Yeah. Okay, go lay down now. Go lay down. Back. Back. Good girl.
Like when I had my white shepherd, when I got him up here, but when we moved to North Carolina, our double wide had blue carpet,
Go.
and I had a pure white German shepherd.
Yeah.
So when he laid on the floor, I'd have to vacuum like 5 times a day.
Yeah. I adopted a Dalmatian one time. Holy cow. It looked like it just snowed out. That's how
Yeah.
bad it was. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's hair.
I didn't know this, but most Dalmatians are deaf or something too. I didn't know that.
Oh my gosh. When we were camping, my little dog kept scaring me so bad because she can't hear.
Yeah,
And, it's still a habit to yell to her,
right.
or to be, yell her name and stuff.
Yeah,
But like half the time, oh, cat hair. We had to keep going to look for her
yeah,
because you'd see her like 1 minute and then she's gone.
yeah,
But she spent most of the time in the tent. I'd have to leave the tent unzipped a little bit. She'd come out, get a drink, get something to
Yeah.
eat, go to the bathroom, and then she'd go back in the tent.
she's a fairly old dog too, ain't she?
Yeah, she'll be 14 in October.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I don't think you could probably train her with not a shock collar, but like a vibrating one, where to let her know, it's time to come back. But I don't know if she would catch on to that or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure because she's so tiny.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if she looks at you, she knows like my hand signals, or I'll
Okay.
like snap my fingers.
Yeah.
Not really make the
She
sound, but
still has
just go
good
like this.
eyesight though, huh?
Yeah,
That's
but she's
good.
starting to lose that too,
Oh,
because her
yeah.
pupils and cornea is starting to get clouded.
Yeah.
And luckily she's healthy as a horse. Like
Right.
the vet did all her organ functions and stuff like that, and she's healthy.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna get a Boston next. I'm not sure yet when these guys are gone. I like big dogs, but they're not as easy to go for a car ride. What? She didn't hear. Usually when I say that, they're like, oh, okay, let's go.
Well, now like baby, she loves going out on the boat. She
Yeah,
loves going in the car. She's actually gone for motorcycle rides,
really?
and she loves that too. I have a Marlboro canvas coat,
Yep,
so I would put an extra shirt on, like an extra tank top,
right.
and I'd put her in that,
Yep,
and then zip her up so her heads are sticking out.
right.
She loved it.
Huh.
Whoever was driving, she'd come out of the coat and put her feet on their back,
Yeah,
and she'd be looking around her head and then have to move back because all the air's hitting her face.
yeah, yeah.
But she loved it. When she was a puppy, she loved it.
Yep,
And even when we went on the boat, she's standing right on the bow of the boat,
yep.
watching where she's going.
Huh.
So she's cute like that on there.
Yeah. That's cool.
Sorry. It's the latest I've stayed up in a long time.
Oh, I was gonna ask you, have you ever processed chicken before?
Yes.
Okay, so I've had it fresh, where you cut the head off, whatever, boil the water, put them in there, and then fetch the
Fuck on you.
feathers. But I don't know how to, because we may have 3 roosters. Now, I don't know if you can still do that and then freeze them.
Yes.
Okay. You can
Now, you can also, instead of plucking them, like say if you wanted to do boneless,
yeah,
skinless, you would just skin them, not pluck
Okay.
them. You can
Okay.
skin them,
all
and
right.
then you can split them right down to breastbone, so you have like half and half.
Okay,
And then, you can either cut your pieces off or just leave them half chickens.
yeah,
But if you want your chicken to have a skin, then yes, you would have to go through the
Pluck it.
mess of plucking it and then
Okay.
burning off the
Right, with a little
Um,
porch
the
or
little
whatever.
from where the feathers were.
Yeah, the little stubs.
But yeah, I mean, if you do all that, you know, obviously take the innards out and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
another thing is, like the heart, gizzard, and liver, they're also good dog treats.
Oh yeah, I never thought of
They
that.
they
Yeah.
can eat those raw.
Yep. Yep.
And like I give my pit bull every once in a while, like if I have an odd chicken thigh or something, I give it
Yeah.
to them raw, bones and all, because so long
Yeah.
as it's not cooked, they can eat it.
I never.
But there's a
thought
couple
about it.
different ways you can process the chicken.
Okay. Okay.
I mean,
know
to
my
me, it don't
daughter
matter
does.
whether it has skin on it or not.
Yeah.
But I mean, if
Yeah.
you skin it and you leave it whole, you can either just split it down and leave bone in,
Okay.
or like if you want boneless breasts, then you
Yeah.
just cut them off first, and then
Yeah.
you cut your wings and your thighs and your legs off, which you
Okay.
can leave the thighs and legs one piece.
Okay.
But yeah, you can do it different ways. Like when I do ours, eventually, because we only have one rooster,
Yeah.
which I want to use him to get chicks.
Right. Right. That's what we want to do. Eggs and.
Yeah, so long as you get like a broody hen, if you wear gloves, okay, and you get a broody hen, a lot of times you can take other chickens' eggs and put them under her.
Yeah. Okay.
But I don't touch the eggs if I have a broody hen or like a broody duck.
Yeah.
I always use gloves because
Okay.
eventually you're gonna have to move
Yeah.
the mama and the babies to a brooder, you know,
Yeah.
with the heat lamp and their food until the chicks are big enough, you know, to go back
Right.
into the flock.
Right. Right.
But yeah, you can do different ways.
How many people you got watching?
6.
6. Okay. Okay. I was just
Which
checking.
I'm probably gonna call it a night at 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll give
That's what.
it till 2 o'clock.
Okay. That's what I was wondering.
But yeah, I mean, I'll process everything.
Yeah.
The only thing that's hard for me to do, like if I had to process my own pig or cow.
Yeah. Right.
Now, if I had a stainless steel table
Yeah.
and a bandsaw, I
Right.
could process them myself.
Right. Me too.
Except
And
I'd
that's what
have
I'm
to
worried
build a
about the
big
deer in
smoker.
the heat. That's why that's why I was worried about the deer in the heat. If I can get it done quick enough, I would love to have a stainless steel table. I really
Yeah.
would. That's the way to go. But man, they're not
I
cheap.
mean, the one thing, if you do it, it's unless you have a big freezer, okay? Like you
Yeah, we
could
do.
take the whole hind quarter, okay, and get
Yeah.
it partially frozen,
Yeah.
then cut it up.
Yeah.
Then you can freeze it solid.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
So I mean,
Quarter
it
it
will
out.
keep. Yes,
Yeah.
that's the
That's what I'll
easiest way to
probably
do it
Yeah. I didn't
because
think of
then,
that.
like, you can get it cut up. You know, stick it in the freezer, let it get a little firm.
Yeah.
So that way, when you're cutting it up, it's
yeah.
not super soft and you can get
Right.
it cut up quicker.
Yeah. That's probably what I'll do.
Because that's what we have to do here. But typically, if I get a deer and it's warm, I process it right out.
Yeah.
I'll cut it off, I'll section it off, and
Yeah.
I'll bag it and stick it in the freezer.
Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. I didn't think of that. It's the easiest way.
But
That's what my
yeah,
brother-in-law does too, because what he'll do is, now I don't know how they do it around here, but he'll do that too. And then he'll debone it, and then he'll put it in the freezer and wait till like February or so, and then he takes it to the processor if you want something
Yeah.
made from it. You know.
yeah. See, we have our own meat grinder, so
Yeah.
I can make hamburger.
I want my
Or
mom's old one, but she makes it. It's just a small one where you hook it to the table and you got a
Yep.
crank it. But she makes ground bologna with pickle. I don't know if you ever had that. She loves. You take bologna and you take mayonnaise and you mix it up and you put pickle in it and you ground it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what she does a lot. But I gotta tell her I want that.
But yeah, now see, if you had a bandsaw,
I don't
You
have a
could
bandsaw,
actually-
but
you could actually leave it frozen.
yeah,
Like you could debone it.
and they're not that expensive. The bandsaws you can get cheap bandsaws.
No, not you can get a small one. Yeah, you don't
Yeah,
need like a
yeah.
huge, like
Right,
one
right.
way up here.
Yeah, they're pretty
But
reasonable.
then you could, debone it quick.
Yep,
Cut your. See, now me, I use the hindquarters for roasts,
yeah,
like the big part of
Yep.
up here.
yep.
The
Now, do
shoulders,
you eat the neck?
I cut all the neck meat off.
You do. Okay.
Yes. Now, I mean, you can split the neck
Yeah, that's what my
and cut it in 4 pieces, so then you
Yeah.
kind of got like almost like mini ribs, kind of.
yeah, that's what my brother-in-law does. He'll skin it, cut the legs, and then he'll saw down the middle
Yep.
and do all that. Yep.
Yeah, because if you get a big deer, you can even do ribs.
Yeah,
The same.
I
The
even
same
feed the ribs to the dogs.
Yes. Fresh venison is actually good for them too.
Yep.
But
Yep.
like the shoulders, I make all into stew meat, which
Yep.
can also be ground up into your hamburger because the shoulders a lot of cordage,
Yeah.
and
I'm gonna
so
have to
if
really
it
look
cooks,
up on learn my meat.
yeah. But I mean, there's so much, and like the back straps. Most of the time, I cut them in small little steaks about like
Yeah.
this thick,
That's what I do.
and then you can get the tenderloin from inside, and then
Yep.
I like cut meat from everywhere.
Yeah. Now,
But
do you have to-
normally I can get
So the
2
neck
nice
though,
sized roasts off the hindquarters.
you don't debone the neck though, right? You just cut it and then you use it as a roast, or what do you do with the neck?
Well,
I never asked my brother-in-law for that. I can ask him too.
the
That's okay.
neck, I mean, it's still like ribs if you think of like it's back here.
Yeah.
So when you split it, you can actually they kind of be like short ribs basically.
Okay. Okay.
That's how I would do it myself.
Okay. That makes sense.
I
Yeah.
would just take the 2 halves, where you cut it in half.
Yep.
They'd basically be like short ribs.
Okay.
And then like the actual rib cage, because I
Yeah.
know I've only got small deer, so they haven't really had like a lot of rib meat,
Right.
but I'll save some of them for my dog.
Yeah.
But if I got a big deer where it had like a lot of meat on it, then I would save
Yeah.
the rib and
Yeah.
actually use them,
I think the
to make-
biggest deer I shot was 120 pounds so far.
Well, that's
That's
not really bad.
dressed. Yeah. So that was a good sized deer, big doe.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. I shot a nice one 2 years ago, but I was stupid. I shouldn't have took the shot because I should have shot her in the head. I used my 223, not this one, but I had a
Yeah.
different AR, and I shot her straight in the breast, and she jumped, and she went down, but she got back up, but I couldn't find her, and I felt so bad. I'll never do that again. I'll make sure
Well,
they're headshots.
sometimes when you hit them here in the chest, I call it their brisket.
Yeah, the
Times-
brisket. Right.
It just stops
Yep.
because they have that thick plate there.
Yep. The loads I had were for deer, and I thought, well, I figured it would be powerful enough to where I had it, but
Yeah,
I guess not.
because like me, I'm bad. I always go for the heart shot.
Yeah. But I know there's someone found her. I know that because there's a lot of hunter. I did hear a shot after that shortly too, so I think someone else did get her. So
Yeah, we had a couple people lose deer last year.
Yeah.
Which was bad.
yeah,
But depending on where you hit them, there isn't always blood.
right. Most
And
of
I
my
mean,
deer
a
never
lot of
had blood,
times, if
except for
the deer get shot in a certain area, they'll lay down in the mud
yep, yep.
to stop
All my
the bleed.
deer, most of my deer, except for with that 223 I did, they've only went 30 yards at the most. I use a 308, but I make sure I got it. Usually I make sure I got a good shot. I won't. This one, I was just excited. And, you know, Mr. Native is in the
Mrs.
house.
Native, yes, I'm
Mrs.
still
Oh, Mrs.
alive.
Sorry. I didn't see the S. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the modern Natives, Mrs.
Oh, cool. Yeah. But yeah,
But yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, there's lots of different things you can do. I mean, if you have a smoker, you could,
yeah,
smoke a hind quarter. I would
Right.
smoke the upper part.
okay.
I don't know how long it would take to smoke, but you can smoke it too.
Yeah. Venison usually doesn't take too long to cook,
No,
you know, depending on how you cook it, I guess, it is true. Now smoking it could take a little longer, but then and then your roast, of course, it takes a little bit, but that's different.
now with the back strap, I've
Yeah,
actually taken a whole one, filleted open, not all the way through, and I like stuffing it with stovetop.
yep. That sounds
And you
good,
just
yeah.
and you just leave your stovetop like a little wet.
Kind of
And
like a butterfly pork chop type thing?
yes,
Okay,
and then you just use some meat packing string or baker's twine, whatever they call it,
yeah,
and
okay.
just tie it shut,
Yep,
and then bake it. And I cover it with like mushroom gravy
oh
and
yeah,
some garlic.
heck yeah,
And it comes out really good that way.
yeah,
But all right, I think I'm gonna hop down.
yeah. Okay, thanks for letting me come up, Tasha.
Oh,
I'm glad-
anytime. You
Yeah,
know
I'm
that
glad you
can
had a
come
good
up.
vacation, and I'm glad your grandma's doing okay, and so glad everything's going good for you guys. So
Well, have a good night. I imagine I'll probably catch you somewhere later today. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if I'm gonna go
Yeah.
live or not.
tomorrow I might go live. I don't know. Well, today now that it's Wednesday, but I might go
Yeah.
live tomorrow night. But okay, be safe.
All
God
right,
bless.
have a good
See
night.
you guys.
God bless you. Thank you, everyone, for coming in. I'm gonna call it a night, and I will catch you all tomorrow. Have a great one.